Carlson.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Goode.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Mr. Shelby, normally we would try to get through the 1:30 with staff, but when I look at the rest of the agenda from this morning, is most of our already parks and recreation land use stuff that we should be able to get through roughly less than 10 minutes or so. I don't see a lot. We'll get to that, then we'll get to the staff reports. So we'll go
Okay,
to...
you also, Mr. Chairman, I believe you have a 10:30 review hearing.
Let's go to item number 78. We have one registered speaker for 78, correct? Still Jean? She's done? All right, well, she's done, all right, she's done. All right, staff for 78?
Good afternoon. This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. This is item 78. It's TACPA 2041. It's a second reading for a plan amendment to recognize Rome and Sly Park under the Recreation Open Space designation. This was heard at the June 24th City Council hearing and is before you today for adoption. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Anybody from the public on this item? Move to close.
Nobody downstairs? Nobody down, I didn't check to see if anybody downstairs.
I don't believe anybody's down on the second floor. Anybody on the second floor? All right.
Second.
All right, Mr. Citrus, close it. Mr. Miranda, second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Carlson, can you read now item number 78, sir?
Yes, sir, thank you. File number, I'd like to move file number TA CPA 2041, ordinance being presented for a second reading adoption, ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan future land use element, future land use map for the property generally located at 6800 North Rome Avenue, otherwise known as Rome and Sly Park, from residential 20 R20 and recreational open space ROS to recreational open space ROS, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro, roll call.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
And Goode.
Yes,
Motion carried unanimously.
thank you. Item 79, Mr. Collins.
Danny Collins again with your Planning Commission staff. This is item 79. It's TACPA 2102. It's for the property located at 5709 North 47th Street and 4705 East Henry Avenue. The request is to amend the future land use from residential 10 to residential 35. You saw this amendment on June 24th. This is the second reading and is back before you today for adoption. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Anybody on the second floor? We have anybody from the public registered deputy clerk?
No one is registered for this.
Move to close.
Second.
Move to close, Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Citro, item number 79, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number TACPA 21-02. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 5709 North 47th Street and 4705 East Henry Avenue, from residential 10 R10 to residential 35 R35, providing for reveal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes,
Miranda.
Yes.
And Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Item number 80, Mr. Collins.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. Item 80 is TACPA 2103. It's for the property located at 809 West Lineball Avenue. The request is to amend the future land use from residential 10 and residential 20 to residential 20. You saw this amendment on June 24th, and it is back before you today for adoption. This concludes my presentation.
Anyone on the second floor for this item? Anyone registered?
No one is registered.
Move to close by Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Mr. Dingfelder, item number 80, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move the following ordinance, TPA, excuse me, TACPA 2103, an ordinance being presented for a second reading and adoption. An ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Element Future Land Use Map for the property located at 809 West Lineball Avenue from residential 10R10 and residential 20R20 to residential 20R20, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
The second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco. Viera. Citro. Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
And Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Item number 81.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. Item number 81 is TACPA 2105. It's for multiple properties that are generally located north of Channelside and southeast of Ybor. The request is to amend the future land use designations to CMU 35 and RMU 100. You saw this amendment on June 24th. It is back before you today for adoption. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Anyone on the second floor for this item? We have anyone registered?
No one is
Close.
registered.
All right, move to close by Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Miranda, item number 81, sir, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Move file number 81, file number TA/CPA 21-05. Move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance amending the Image 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Element, Future Land Use Map for the property located at 1405 and 1417 East 2nd Avenue, 1202 North 15th Street, and 802 North 12th Street, from light industrial LI and heavy industrial HI to regional mixed use 100 RMU/100 and 1302 and 1402 North 15th Street, from light industrial L1 to community mixed use 35 CMU-35, providing for a repeal of all ordinance in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco. Yes. Viera.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
And Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Item number 82, Mr. Collins.
Danny Collins again with your Planning Commission staff. This is item 82. It's TACPA 2109. It's a plan amendment to recognize Daniel Del Rio Pool under the Recreation Open Space designation. You heard this item on June 24th, and it is back before you today for adoption. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? Anyone on the second floor for this item? We have anyone registered?
No one is registered.
Move to close.
Move.
Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Viera.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Be
Chair.
so kind, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I move an ordinance being presented for second reading, an adoption, an ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, Future Land Use Element, Future Land Use Map for the real property, or strike that, for the property located at 10105 North Boulevard, otherwise known as Daniel Del Rio Pool, from residential 10R10 and residential 20R20 to recreational open space R/OS, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote.
Viera. Yes. Citro. Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Citro being absent at vote.
Item number 83.
Good afternoon, City Council. Ron Wigington, Legal Department. We are requesting that the second reading for item number 83 be continued until City Council's regular agenda on August the 26th to allow time for notice to any potentially impacted property owners. Although this type of notice is not generally required when correcting a scrivener's error, we are taking the extra step here out of an abundance of caution. Thank you for your consideration.
Move to continue it.
Madam Clerk, didn't we open up earlier all the quasi as well? Want to make sure we're open.
Okay.
Ms. Dingfelder?
Move to continue 83 to 826.
826.
Regular agenda,
Wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
9:30.
Mr. Dingfelder?
You're recognized.
I'm so sorry, you said August 26th.
That was the request, 8/26 at 9:30 a.m.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dingfelder, motion, it was seconded by, Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir. Item number 84. Yes, sir, you're
Sorry,
recognized.
Martin Shelby, yes, just a reminder that these are all quasi-judicial. They are second reads, they do require the witnesses to be sworn, and also that I'm aware that there are people on the second floor relative to these quasi-judicial
So
hearings.
all these items?
I don't know whether it's all of them, but I would believe that you'd probably want an affirmative statement from somebody that there is nobody on the second floor, because I'm aware I travel down to the second floor and there are people there.
From 83 to 97, all quasi.
Sonia, check and see how many people we have down that floor. I
I'm
don't know.
here, sir. Yes, there's someone here for 84.
Anyone else is that the only person for, 84?
No, sir, this is the only speaker.
Only
Thank you.
speaker? All right, 84. Yep, let's swear everybody in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
May I be heard with regard to the ex parte communications? I want to inquire of counsel whether they have read or received and read any ex parte communications which came in after the deadline of yesterday morning, or they have any other ex parte communications that they need to disclose relative to this case. This would be the time to do that, please.
Anyone, gentlemen?
I see no response. Thank you.
We may continue. We sworn everybody in, all right, Mr. Hussein?
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein here for Development Coordination. Agenda item number 84. This is for case REZ 20-103. This is a second reading for 5426 Bay Center Drive. Proposed rezoning from PD to PD Plan Development, Office, Business, Professional, Medical, Hotel, Residential, and Multifamily. Certified site plans have been delivered to the city clerk, and I'm also available here for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is David Mechanic. Mr. Chairman and council members, good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Crescent Communities. With me today is Tim Graff with Crescent, Dan Woodward of Highwoods Properties, and Randy Cohen of Cohen and Company. I'd like to make one housekeeping item, bring that to your attention. In response to, in particular, a question by Councilman Carlson regarding a concern about one scenario allowing for 546 units versus the current proposal of 292, we have added a note to the site plan which was signed off on by both the legal department and the zoning staff, which would limit the number of units under either development option to a total of 292 units. So we would no longer have a split scenario where a larger project could be built under one scenario and not in another. So in either scenario, the multifamily development total is capped at 290 units. Council has heard this case several times. We do not plan on making another presentation today, but we would reserve the right to make any rebuttal comments after comments from the public. But we are here to answer any questions that council may have.
Any questions, gentlemen? Mr. Carlson, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Mechanic, thank you for doing that. The thing that you just mentioned, as I remember, you can correct me if I'm wrong, as I remember, legal last time said that typically developers would have the right to do either one. And so if we approved the proposal today, you still could go back and do the other one. And so what I heard you say, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you all would voluntarily give up that right that you would otherwise have to show the public that you're that you're listening to them and trying to help.
Exactly. We have made that commitment, and it's reflected in the site plan.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, we'll hear from anyone on this item, second floor. Good afternoon, sir. You state your name.
Tom McKeon. I live at 5125 West Neptune Way. I'm the vice president. Yeah.
You need to come out here for a second.
Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Tom McKeon. I live at 5125 West Neptune Way. I'm the vice president of the Beach Park Homeowners Association. First, a shout out to Mr. Mechanic developers for lowering the density to 292, 293. That means a lot to us. Our board voted and then mailed to 1,286 residents of Beach Park, which is a South Tampa residential community, a statement that said, "We do not think our office buildings should now become dense apartment buildings. We have appeared at every council meeting to show our opposition to high-density development." The first point I would like to make is that the applicant presented a plan for an apartment building. However, the legal description for approval before you today includes multiple options, including 2 options to construct hotels. Affirming this plan suggests the council agrees with these uses. We did not hear competent, substantial evidence justifying 2 options of anything, much less 2 options for hotels, but only apartments. The next point is, at the first reading, Mr. Mechanic testified that Crescent Properties is purchasing the property from Highwoods. Highwoods has applied for this density based on the total Highwood property's existing acreage of 6.26 acres. It is unclear what amount of land is being sold to Crescent. What exact acreage for apartment building, garage, green space is being sold to Crescent? How is the Plan Commission keeping these developers within the future land use of 100 dwellings per acre? Based on the current development property, it appears that the parcel being sold, already sold, will surpass 100 dwellings per acre. This is inconsistent within Beach Park and across the city of Tampa. The last point that our board was considering is the height of a 9-story building. Will be that the proposed 9-story building that dwarfs all existing structures does not meet the residential nature of Beach Park, but also we're concerned about its interaction with Tampa International TIA. That's all the information I have. Thank you very much, City Council members, for considering these additional points concerning this development. And once again, thank you for the developer to decrease the density to 292. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Anyone else registered?
There are no registered speakers.
Mr. Cannon, give your rebuttal time, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just briefly respond. Mr. McCann is questioning whether or not there was competent, substantial evidence regarding the other development option, and I believe Kate Wells told you at our last hearing that we had presented competent, substantial evidence to support all of the scenarios approved in 2018, and it was not necessary for us to reestablish that justification for this application today. I'm not quite sure what point Mr. McCann was saying about the property being sold, but the fact of the matter is, whether it's sold to one person or two or three, any purchaser of this land is bound by the conditions of the rezoning approval. Nothing in any way weakens or diminishes or eliminates any zoning condition that's part of this approval. So the sale of property has no bearing on what council would be adopting in the way of an approval with conditions. Finally, there was a comment about height. Your staff report indicates that the project is compatible with the surrounding area, noting in particular that there are two 8-story condo towers essentially adjacent to this property to the south. There is no issue regarding Tampa International Airport. Regardless of what this council approved, we cannot build at a higher height than would be allowed by the FAA or Tampa International Airport. So they will go through a review process and make their own determination. So there is no concern regarding exceeding any height limit with those agents. And with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? Move to close.
Second.
Mr. Maniscalco has moved, Mr. Miranda second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. They were left off at Mr. Vieira. Mr. Maniscalco, you're next, sir. Item 84, sir. Thank you. No, it's your turn. Your turn, sir.
Thank you very much. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5426 Bay Center Drive in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD, plan development office, personal, business personal, medical, hotel, residential, multifamily to PD, plan development office, business, professional, medical, hotel, residential, multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Citro. Roll call.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Item number 85.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 85. This is for filed case number REZ 21-06. This also is a second reading for the address of 6008 North Armenia Avenue. Proposed rezoning from CI, Commercial Intensive, to PD, Planned Development Warehouse. Site plans have been delivered to the city clerk, and I'm also here for questions if need be.
Any questions on this item? Any questions on this item? Anyone on the second floor, reference to this item? Anyone on the second floor? Gerald McCann.
Yes. Yes, hello, this is Gerald McCants. I'm the agent.
You be sworn in, sir?
Yes, I have been sworn in.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I'm Gerald McCants. I'm the agent for the owner, and we don't have any objections to the city modifications.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, gentlemen?
Move to close?
Ms. Maniscalco moves to close. Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Anybody else?
She said it was nobody else.
No one registered.
Yeah, no one registered. That was Mr. Maniscalco, Mr. Citro second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Mr. Carlson, you would do the honors of M85, sir.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move file number REZ 2106, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 6008 North Armenia Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CI Commercial Intensive to PD Plan Development Warehouse, providing effective date.
Second.
Mr. Citro, second. Roll call.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira, Citro. Yes. Miranda.
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, sir. Item number 86, staff.
Thank you, sir. Zane Hussein here again, Development Coordination, going over agenda item number 86, case number REZ 20-102. This also is for a second reading. The address is 3604 West Iowa Avenue. It's a proposed rezoning from RS 60 to RS 50, residential single family. No site plans were provided on this because of Euclidean, and I'm available for any questions if need be.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? Anybody here to speak on this item on the second floor? We have anybody registered to speak on this item?
No one is
That's
registered.
the applicant, all right. Been sworn in, sir?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right.
There were, this was a Euclidean rezone. Oh, by the way, my name is Blake Frazier. I am the applicant. This was a Euclidean rezone, so there were no modifications, but I am here to answer any questions that council might have.
Any questions from the applicant? We have anybody else to speak on this item? We have anybody registered?
No one is registered.
Move to close.
So moved.
Ms. Miranda has moved. Mr. Maniscalco, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Ms. Citro, do the honors of 86, sir?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number REZ 20-102, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 3604 West Iowa Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family, providing an effective date.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Vieira. Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder. And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder voting no.
Thank you. Item number 87, staff.
Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination, agenda item number 87, case number REZ 21-22. This is for a second reading. The property is in the general vicinity of 804 West Park Avenue. There's a proposed rezoning from RS 60 to PD, Planned Development Residential Single Family Detached. Site plans have been delivered to the city clerk, and I'm available for any questions if need be.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? Ms. Malika, have you been sworn in, sir?
Yes, sir. As Counsel Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner, we've supplied all of the corrections as requested by the city staff, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Any questions? We have anybody else on the second floor to speak on this item? Anyone else on the second floor to speak on this item? We have anybody registered to speak on this item?
No one is
Move
registered.
to close.
Mr. Miranda has moved. Mr. Maniscalco, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Ms. Citro. Item number 7, sir. 87, sir.
I
You
can
just-
do
oh,
two in a row?
Mr.
No,
Mr.
I'll do
Mr.
two in a
Dingfelder,
row.
I'm sorry.
No, I'll do it. Our file number.
You got your shot at the apple, Mr. Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
what a gang.
In regard to file REZ 21-22, I'll move the following ordinance for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 804 West Park Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to PD Planned Development Residential Single Family Detached, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call, please.
Maniscalco. Vieira. Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Staff, item number 88.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 88 is case number REZ 21-26. This is for a second reading for a property in the general vicinity of 5001 West Prescott Street. There's a proposed rezoning from RM16 to RM18 residential multifamily. This being a Euclidean, no site plan was provided. I'm available for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? Anybody on the second floor, the applicant, speak on this?
Yes, sir. Steve Michelini. I'm here on behalf of the petitioner. We met all the criteria that the staff established, and we're respectfully requesting your approval. I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions? Anybody on the second floor to speak on this item? We have everyone registered.
No one is registered.
Mr. Miranda has moved to close. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Miranda, number 88, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Move file number REZ 21-26, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 5001 West Prescott Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described from Section 1 zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM18 residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call.
Viera.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco. And Goode.
No.
Thank you,
Motion-
council.
Motion carried with Goode voting no.
89, staff.
Thank you. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination, agenda item number 89. Case number REZ 21-33. This is for a second reading. The property is in the general vicinity of 106 West Hamilton Avenue. There's a proposed rezoning from SHRS, SHCG, and SHPD to SHPD Seminole Heights Planned Development Place of Religious Assembly. Site plans were delivered to the city clerk, and I'm available for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? Do we have an applicant to speak on this item?
No one on the second floor.
Thank you, sir. Move to close?
Second.
Mr. Maniscalco moved, Mr. Miranda second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carried. Mr. Vieira, would you do the honor, sir? Number 89.
Okay, and this is what, 89?
89, sir.
I move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 106 West Hamilton Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification, SHRS, Seminole Heights Residential Single Family, SHCG, Seminole Heights Commercial General, and SHPD, Seminole Heights Plan Development, SHPD, Seminole Heights Plan Development, Place of Religious Assembly, providing an effective date.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Viera.
Yes.
And Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, item number 91, staff.
Number 90.
90.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination, agenda item number 90. Case REZ 21-36. There's a second reading for a property in the general vicinity of 2311 North Riverside Drive. Proposed rezoning from RS60 to RS50 residential single family. This being Euclidean, no site plan was provided. Available for any questions if needed.
Any questions? Do we have an applicant to speak on this item? Do we have anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? Do we have anyone registered to speak on this item?
No one is registered.
Move to close?
Second.
All right, we have Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Mr. Maniscalco.
Item number 90. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2311 North Riverside Drive in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS60, residential single family, to RS50, residential single family, providing an effective date.
All right, we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call, please.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Item 91?
90.
90, yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Viera. Citro.
Yes.
And Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
All right. Item number 91, staff.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 91, REZ 21-37 is the case number. This is a second reading for the address at 412 West Park Avenue. There's a proposed rezoning from RM16 to RM18 residential multifamily. This being Euclidean, no site plan was provided. I'm available for any questions if needed.
Any questions? All right, so we have some applicants there for item number 91.
Good afternoon. This is John LaRocca.
Have you been sworn in, sir?
Sir?
Have you been sworn in, sir?
Oh, yes, I am. Thank you. John LaRocca, representing the owner applicant, as Mr. Hussein indicated. This is a Euclidean district, no waivers needed, and the site size is sufficient to accommodate the proposed additional unit. We respectfully request your support and approval for second reading.
Any questions for the applicant? Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? We have anyone registered to speak on this item?
No one is registered.
Move to close.
What's with the gentleman there?
Is this gentleman speaking in the back of you, sir, on this item?
No, only if there are questions asked.
All right, no questions. All right, Mr. Miranda has moved it, Mr. Maniscalco has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's carried. Mr. Carlson, read item number 1, sir.
Yes, I'd like to move file number REZ 21-37, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 412 West Park Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM18 residential multifamily, providing effective date.
Second.
Second, Maniscalco, roll call vote, please.
Dingfelder,
No.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Goose.
No.
Motion carried with Dingfelder and Goose voting no, and Vieira being absent at vote.
Thank you.
Chief Bennett, we only have a few more, so we should get the staff report shortly, so you'll know. Item number 92.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination, agenda item number 92. Case number REZ 21-39. This property is in the general vicinity of 201, 205, and 207 South Armenia Avenue and 2506 West Cleveland Street. There's a proposed rezoning from PD to PD, Planned Development Residential Single Family Attached. The site plans were turned into the city clerk, and I'm available for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? I think we have an applicant on the screen. Mr. McCann?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, David Mechanic here on behalf of the applicant Onyx and East. I have Mr. Jacob Egan from Onyx and East here tonight, or this afternoon. We also have our full development team online, and we are here to answer any questions. We have nothing further to present this afternoon.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? Is anybody on the second floor to speak on this item? We have anybody ready to speak on this item?
No one is registered.
Vote to close.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Rand has moved, Mr. Dingfelder second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we have up next, Mr. Citro. Item number 92, sir.
Thank you.
Second bite of the apple.
Thank you very much. File number REZ 21-93, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 201, 205, 207 South Armenia Avenue and 2506 West Cleveland Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 of the zoning district classification PD, Planned Development Residential Single Family Attached to PD, Planned Development Residential Single Family Attached, providing for an effective date.
Second.
Second, Mr. Dingfelder, roll call.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, item number 93, staff.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein here. Item number 93, case REZ 21-40. This is for a second reading for a property at 7300 South Swoop Street. This proposed rezoning from RS50 to IG, Industrial General. This is a Euclidean, so no site plan was provided, but I am here for questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? Do we have an applicant? Anyone to speak on this item on the second floor?
Excuse me,
We have any registered?
applicant, representative,
All right, there she is, okay.
I need to swear in.
I think they're back there, can swear you in.
Okay.
If not, still in
Sorry,
swear
they
in.
told me, I really don't have to speak, but they said I had to swear in just to say I'm here to answer questions, so.
Okay, have you been sworn in, ma'am?
No, I'm waiting for somebody to do that.
She can
but-
swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'm just here to answer any questions.
Any
Jamie
questions,
Mayer
Jane?
for the applicant.
Any questions? Anybody else on the second floor speaking on this item? Anyone registered to speak on this item?
No one is registered.
Ms. Dingfelder has moved to close. Mr.
Second.
Miranda has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Dingfelder, item number 93, sir.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'll move the following ordinance regarding REZ 21-40 for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 7300 South Swoop Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to IG, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda, roll call vote.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Staff, item number 894.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 94, case SU2 21-02. This is a second reading, approving the special use permit SU2 for a drive-in window at the property at 3615 West Gandy Boulevard. A site plan was provided to the city clerk, and I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? Do we have an applicant?
Yes.
Have you been sworn, sir?
Yes, I have.
You may continue.
Michael Leeds, Shagbark Properties, 5422 Bay Center Drive. I'm just here to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Any questions, gentlemen? We have anybody else on the second floor speak on this item? We have any registered?
No one is registered.
Move to close.
So moved.
Mr. Miranda's moved. Mr. Citro has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Mr. Miranda, would you do the honors? 94.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number SU2-21-02. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance approving a special use permit SU2, approving a drive-in window and a CG commercial general zoning districts in the general vicinity of 3615 West Gandy Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, as more prescribed in section 1 thereof, providing an effective date.
Second by Mr. Citro. Roll call.
Vieira. Yes. Citro.
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Staff, 95.
Hello, Council. For item number 95, my name is Ross Salmon, LA Development Coordination. I'm presenting VAC 20-17. It's being presented for second reading and adoption. It's an ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a portion of the right-of-way or alleyway located south of Knollwood, north of Ford Street, east of Dixon Avenue, and west of Branch Avenue within the plat of Avalon Heights, a subdivision of the city of Tampa. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? All right, someone needs to mute their phones or their mics or whatever. We have anybody to speak on this item? Second floor?
So moved.
Second.
Got to see if anybody registered. No one's registered. Mr. Miranda has a motion. Mr. Citro, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carried. I believe we're back to my friend, Mr. Luis C. Vieira.
Okay, 95
5, sir.
here, excuse me. I move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a portion of right-of-way alleyway located south of Knollwood Street, north of Ford Street, east of Dixon Street, and west of Branch Avenue, within the plat of Avalon Heights, a subdivision in the city of Tampa. Hillsborough County is more fully described in section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement, reservations, covenants, conditions, and restrictions, as more particularly set forth herein, providing an effective date.
Second by Mr. Citro. Roll call vote.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
No.
Maniscalco. Vieira.
Yes.
And Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Staff, item number 96.
Thank you, sir. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination. Item number 96 on the agenda, case AB2 21-12. This is for a second reading for a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales for a small venue, consumption on premises, and package sales off premises consumption. This is for beer and wine located at 5023 North Florida Avenue. Site plan has been provided to the city clerk, and I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? Do we have an applicant? You have an applicant online? You be sworn in?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you guys have any questions for me?
We don't have any questions. You state your name for us, Rick?
Kendra Kanzi?
Any questions for the young lady? Do we have anybody else to speak on this item? Is there anyone else registered, Madam Clerk?
No one is.
The other person registered is Jordana LaFate. She's our project manager.
Does she want to speak on this item, ma'am, or she just?
I don't see her video popping up. I think I have as much information as she does, so I don't see her popping up. So I'm happy
questions,
to
young
get
man?
going.
Mr. Brennan, did you move to close, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I think this is the one where she threw her husband out of the screen before. Now he's not even showing up.
Ah,
online.
yes, yes, sir, you're right. You're gonna screw the deal up.
Wait, I see him. I see him peeking there. There he is. There he is.
All right.
We know who the boss is anyway.
Motion carried there. Mr. Maniscalco, can you read this for us, please?
Thank you very much. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises and package sales off premises consumption, and making lawful the sale of beer and wine at or from the certain lot plot tract of land located at 5023 North Florida Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote, please.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and
No,
Goode.
excuse me, no, I apologize.
And Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro voting no.
Staff, item 97.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination for agenda item number 97, case AB 221-09. This is for a second reading for a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, consumption on premises and package sales, off premises consumption. This is for beer, wine, and liquor, and the location is 3225 South McDill Avenue, Unit 103 and 105. A site plan has been provided to the city clerk, and I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? Do we have an applicant speak on this?
Jamie Mayer for the applicant, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard. Again, here if there are any questions.
I believe you have been sworn already.
Yes.
Any questions? Do we have anybody else to speak on this item?
Move to close.
We have anybody registered? Mr. Dingfelder has moved to
Second.
close. Second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. We're to you, Mr. Carlson.
Move file number, we got 97, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
File number AB 22109, ordinance being presented for second reading adoption, ordinance approving a special use permit S2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises and package sales off premises consumption, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 3225 South McDill Avenue, Unit 103 and 105, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 3, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, repealing ordinance number 2013-100, providing effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
No.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro voting no.
Gentlemen, we moved item number 98 before lunch. Our last item, quasi, is number 99 before we get to staff.
Mr. Chairman,
You're recognized, sir.
yeah, I guess I'd just suggest we defer 99 because that's probably typical hearing. Might take another half hour. You want to do staff?
Yeah, that's
You recognize Ms. Kamara?
I mean, this isn't just a second reading.
Kamaria Pettis-Malco from the City Attorney's Office. The petitioner is present downstairs on the second floor along with Mr. Cotton, who is present for staff.
This is not a second reading, I believe. This is a full.
This is not a second reading.
This is not a second reading?
This is a review hearing.
It's a full-blown review here.
I hate to do this to you, but it's gonna be a full-blown here. I've got staff here waiting. I'd rather wait and get the staff out of here. City staff. Thank you so much, Mr. Conley. All right, Chief Bennett, you're up. Item number 100, sir. Administrative updates.
Good afternoon, Council. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. No administrative updates in lieu of the long agenda today.
All right, item number 5, that was on the consent agenda. And we'll go 5, 16, and then we'll go 42, and then we'll start at 101.
Good morning, or afternoon, I should say. Andrea Zellman, Deputy City Attorney. And I am going to pass out, I actually did make a change to this ordinance, which is being presented for first reading. And I've created also kind of what I would call an errata sheet explaining what the change is. Basically, there was one really long run-on sentence, and I broke it out. I didn't change the context of it at all, but I'd like to go ahead and pass that out.
Gentlemen, the reason I pulled this, we can read, but sometimes we don't read with understanding, and sometimes the public, had a couple emails, don't understand what this is about. So that's why I pulled it, so legal can tell us what it really is, so the citizens of Tampa and know what we're proposing or will not be opposing to do this afternoon.
Thank you.
And I apologize for handing these out. So basically, as I explained, I sent you all a memo, but I'm happy to walk through this. The Florida legislature in this last session adopted Senate Bill 2006, which significantly amended Chapter 252, which is the Florida Emergency Management section of the Florida statutes. And just so everyone understands, Chapter 252 is, again, the state chapter that governs all civil emergencies in the state of Florida. It then, within that chapter, delegates certain authority to local political subdivisions. So all the emergency powers that the city of Tampa has derive from the state. And then in the city of Tampa, we have codified our emergency powers in Chapter 2 of the City of Tampa Code. Now, because the state statute significantly amended those emergency powers this year, primarily in response to the COVID pandemic, we then again had to amend our city code we have to amend our city code to make it consistent. As I explained in my memo, probably the most significant thing that the legislature did was divide or redefine the word emergency orders to basically create 3 categories of states of emergency. One is the obvious hurricane or other weather-related emergency. The other is a non-hurricane emergency, a chemical spill, a pandemic, whatever, where in your declaration of that state of emergency, you do not impair the individual liberties or rights or the rights or liberties of individuals or businesses. I'm using the legislature's words. And then the final category, which is a new category they've created in response to the pandemic, where, as we know, Tallahassee didn't like what some of the local governments did in terms of mask orders and social distancing and shutting businesses down. So they have a third category of emergency now, where it's an order that declares a state of emergency and puts limits on the rights or liberties of individuals or businesses. And they've significantly shortened the period of time that an order like that can stay in effect. And they've also changed the process by which an order such as that can be extended. So again, that's where we drafted these amendments to the code to codify that. A couple of other changes, they added language about having on the home page of the city's website a link to all our emergency orders. So I've been working with our website staff, and they've been very responsive in creating that. The final thing of significance in this ordinance is our city has something called CERT, the Tampa Community Emergency Response Team, and that's a voluntary program that trains citizens to respond in emergencies, and it actually allows the volunteers to act almost in place of city first responders in the case of an emergency when a first responder can't get there. Our city emergency staff wants to be able to conduct criminal history checks of the people who would serve as CERT team members because of the nature of the work they're doing. And by Florida statute, in order to require those checks, we have to adopt that requirement by ordinance. So that's why that was included in there. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, the errata sheet I gave you goes to section 2-402B1, where originally I had written that as one single paragraph, and I kind of broke it out into subsections to make it easier to read. So is that clear? Does anyone have any questions?
May I read the ordinance?
I was looking at one specific spot on 3 going into 4.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
No, I was looking, I saw something on page 4 that continuing from 3, and I was just rereading that right quick.
Yes, okay, I forgot to mention that in section 2-403, when I was looking at our current code, we had some of the items that the statute has delegated to the mayor, some of the powers. Some had inadvertently not been included in our city code, so those added paragraphs under section 2-403 are literally verbatim from the state statute, just plugged into our code. Technically, because we've been given that power by state statute, we don't necessarily have to include it in our code, but since we had included some of the other powers, I thought it made sense to include those in our code as well.
Explain section D on page 4, Ms. Zelman.
D on page 4. So D on page 4 is in the current code. The only change we made is to refer to the new kind of emergency order that has a separate procedure. But let me explain D. So D is how emergencies currently work, and that is the mayor declares a state of emergency. Under state statute, every local emergency has a duration of no more than 7 days. It has to be renewed every 7 days. As was true with COVID, and as is still true, as long as there is a state or federal state of emergency still in effect, the mayor can continue to renew those every 7 days without bringing it to city council. However, if there isn't a state or federal state of emergency in effect and more than 30 days have passed, then the mayor at the next available meeting has to bring the matter to city council convince you all that emergency conditions continue, at which time if you all vote to agree, then the mayor can continue to extend it every 7 days without bringing it to council. If you disapprove, then she cannot. And if you think about it, the reason for that, there's several reasons. One is, I mean, obviously the enactment of the declaration of a state of emergency doesn't always happen at the most convenient times. The tropical storm Elsa one, as I can personally attest, happened on a Sunday on a federal holiday, July 4th, and several of us had to jump into action to prepare the order, get the mayor to sign it, get it distributed. Had that storm actually happened and had we needed to extend it, we would have had to extend it the following Sunday and then the following Sunday after that. And so it isn't always convenient for city council to convene and both enact an order and extend it. And in fact, Hillsborough County, similarly, even though their model of government is different and typically any actions taken by Hillsborough County are taken by the board, they've delegated to their county administrator, Bonnie Weiss, the ability to issue declarations of states of emergency and also to extend them. So that's why that language is written that way. Also, if you think about it, city council isn't here every 7 days. You're not here necessarily. I mean, this month, this is the first July meeting. In August, you've got the Florida League of Cities break. In June, you were away for 2 weeks, in Thanksgiving, Christmas, whatever. So it really isn't practical. And again, I think that's why all local governments, like as the Hillsborough County example I just gave you, delegates it to an individual rather than requiring the body to come together to extend the state of emergency. Now again, if there wasn't, like in this case with COVID, we still have a COVID order in effect. Because there is a federal state of emergency, we haven't had to bring it back to council for an extension, even though the state of emergency has expired.
How does that relate to the county? I know the county, at one point, they had that board, the board's been disbanded, now the county's dictating the rules, and is that superseding this here?
No, so the count, that's a different issue, if you will. The county did, you're right, we used to have that emergency policy group and they disbanded it. And so now they're operating solo, just as we are. But as I said, they've delegated, the board has delegated the authority to the county administrator to issue these orders and to extend them as well. And the other thing I would note is none of this, obviously, it's done for practical purposes. It's done because emergencies, again, don't happen on convenient schedules and you have to be able to take quick action. You don't necessarily, I mean, if you think back to the first 2 months of the pandemic, this council didn't meet. It wasn't safe to bring you all into chambers, to enlist the services of the clerk, to give notice, to have CCTV here, whatever. Had we had to do that every 7 days to extend the order, it just wouldn't have been practical. But I do want to make sure that you understand, we've taken, this administration has taken significant measures to keep council in the loop. I mean, this pandemic, of course, was a once-in-a-lifetime event. But if you remember back at the beginning, Chief Bennett actually devised a process whereby we provided council, we created an agenda as if there was going to be a council meeting, even though they were canceled. We gave council the opportunity to review every item on the agenda, every contract, every agreement that was to be approved, and gave you the opportunity to pull items, even though technically under the mayor's emergency powers, she can enter into contracts and agreements in a state of emergency without your approval. And then also, and this is something personal to me, is, every week when we either revised the emergency order, drafted new ones, received emergency orders from the governor, we sent every member of city council a copy of that as soon as the mayor signed it or as soon as we received it from the governor, sometimes 8, 9 o'clock at night. with an explanation of what the order meant and the impact on the city. And that was something that, you know, we took upon ourselves because we wanted to keep everyone in the loop. So, and there were, I think, approximately 300 total orders that came out between the state and us during this COVID pandemic. So, you know, nothing was ever intended. I mean, everything we did was intended to keep City Council in the loop on these matters. And as you know, I'm always available to answer questions about our orders, as is everyone else in our office
I
and
see
on
Ms.
the
Garza, I
staff.
think Mr. Dingfelder was first. I saw his hand, and I'll get to you. Mr. Dingfelder, you're recognized.
I guess, Andrew, and I agree with you. You and your team have been very forthright in keeping us posted. We appreciate that. I guess what I'm curious about is the subsection 2 at the bottom speaks to, for total duration of not more than 42 days, I guess 6 weeks. That's something you're adding there?
That was, so again, that was added because of Senate Bill 2006, which created this new category of emergency order where it's an order issued in, or declaration of state of emergency issued in response to a non-weather event, and this is critical, and the declaration limits the rights or liberties of individuals or businesses in the city. And under the new state statute, an order like that, and of course the example that would come to mind would be a face mask order, or the order that we had, the stay-at-home order at the beginning of the pandemic, those can have a duration of no longer than 42 days, and those orders, the initial order can be issued by the mayor, but every extension thereof has to come to City Council and be voted on by a majority of City Council. And that's, again, the new unique distinction that the state created just for those orders. And when you read the legislative history, it's, I mean, clearly what they were reacting to was the pandemic and the fact that Tallahassee didn't like what local governments were doing in that regard. They didn't like us shutting down businesses. They didn't like the stay at home. They didn't like face masks, so on and so forth.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you pulling this for discussion. I guess what I'm thinking is, I totally agree the mayor should have authority to declare a state of emergency unilaterally. Let's say typically it's a storm event, and do that by herself without council, because often we can't meet that quickly, and things need to happen rapidly. But Ms. Zellman, I would say that within X number of days, let's say 14 days or 21 days or something like that, if this local emergency is going to continue, it would seem like that we should include, as long as we have the right to under state statute, what it appears we do, that we should include ourselves in that decision-making process after a certain reasonable period of time. I would hope that after 14 or 21 days or something like that, we would be able to regroup and meet as a body and affirm the mayor's conclusion that the state emergency needs to continue.
Well, but if I may, that already exists. I mean, that already exists in subsection D of 2-402. And
Okay,
that's
well,
where,
I'm not seeing that in the proposed B.
well, look at
But
the
I
top
don't
of
have
page
the entire, I don't have the entire 2-402 in front of me. All I've got is this one page, so.
Do you not have the ordinance as well? Look at page 4.
Okay, wait, maybe I do.
Yeah.
I just was looking at the yellow version.
Yeah, the errata sheet was just to show you the one paragraph I
All right.
changed. Because I broke out, like I said, a very long run-on paragraph.
So I guess I'm looking at the B section.
Mm-hmm.
Is that page 4, page 5?
Page B is on page 3.
Okay. Okay, and does that include, does B1 include
So B1
council?
is weather emergencies or non-weather emergencies that do not limit the rights or liberties of individuals or businesses within the city of Tampa.
Right.
Now, if you go to section D on page 4,
I sort of remember this from
Yeah,
2 years ago, yeah?
Yeah, you asked us this at the beginning of the pandemic. So again, so we have a weather emergency or we have a non-weather emergency where we've issued a state of emergency, but we're not impairing any individual rights or liberties or individuals or businesses. I apologize. In that case, the order can stay in effect no longer than 30 days in the absence of a state or federal emergency without it having to come back to council. If there's a state or federal emergency in effect, it does not have to come back to council. But if for some reason the mayor chose to keep a local state of emergency in effect in the absence of a state or federal one, after 30 days, she would have to bring it back to council. And I would caution, one of the criticisms of the state statute is it was a kind of knee-jerk reaction to what we hope is a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. We've never had anything like this in any of our lifetimes where we had a state of emergency in effect for longer than a few weeks or a few months, and maybe for some of the statewide ones.
So where are we at right now in terms of COVID? Is there still a state and federal
So in
emergency
terms
in
of
place?
COVID, there is no statewide state of emergency in place.
Okay.
However, there is a federal one. There's one issued by the president and one issued by the Secretary of Health and Human Services. And we still have a local state of emergency in effect. I believe I sent you a copy of it yesterday. And we're very clear in it to make it clear that we're doing it for one purpose, and that is we're keeping a state of emergency in effect so that if we have to spend any monies taking mitigative actions, protective actions, if we had to respond to an emergency such as what happened in Manatee County where they had a breakout in their IT department, the city could spend money and then be reimbursed by FEMA. And it was actually the State Department of Emergency Management that recommended to our emergency folks that we keep our order in effect for that reason, because Manatee County let their local one lapse, and when that happened in their IT department, they had to spend several $100,000, and they can't seek federal reimbursement for it because they didn't have a state of emergency in effect, according to what we were told by the state.
All right, well, thank you for that explanation. I think based upon paren D, I'm comfortable with it.
Gentlemen, Mr. Carlson, you recognize.
You just answered my question, but I'd just like to say, based on what you said, that I appreciate your help, the legal department's help in keeping us informed. I'd like to say I appreciate Chief Bennett's help in guiding us through this unprecedented process, and also the mayor and all the other staff, the technical staff, and everyone who helped us through this. I appreciated all the communication and the coordination and collaboration behind the scenes. So thank you all very much.
Well, thank you.
Anyone else, gentlemen? And again, Ms. Elma, I thought it was important that this be pulled so this council understands the policies and procedure of this board and the administrative office, and the citizens can understand what this really truly means, since we have a state and a federal situation going on. And I think that gets confusing sometimes, just like now, we're going under a federal executive order, for dollars, of course, versus what the governor has now said is non-existent. So I'm satisfied at this point with the explanation. And we can proceed on.
Thank you, and I appreciate your interest.
So this is for a first reading, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes, sir,
believe.
you recognize.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Ullman is providing the clerk with the substitute, so I ask whoever reads the title. I believe the title is the same, Ms. Ullman?
Yes.
So whoever reads the title then would just move the substitute, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shelby, I didn't mean to disrespect you. Are you comfortable and satisfied with this, sir?
Well, yes, sir, and just a reminder to the council that it's going to be coming back for a second reading at a public hearing.
Okay, all right. Mr. Dingfellow, you want to read the orders?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. In regard to file 2021-8, Chapter 2, I'll move the following ordinance for consideration of first reading. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, making revisions to City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Article 7, excuse me, Civil Emergencies, in order to incorporate legislative amendments to Chapter 252 Florida statutes and to require state and national criminal history screening of community emergency response team members, repealing ordinances of parts of ordinance in conflict, providing for severability, providing effective.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda, roll call.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Vieira?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
And Goos.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. The second reading and adoption will be held on August 5th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 16 on the consent.
Good afternoon, Council. Assistant Chief Lee Burkhoff from the Police Department. I'm excited to provide you all with the updates of our mental health, behavioral health unit, and to request that you all approve our contract with X. So on behalf of Chief Dugan and the support from the administration and Mayor Castor, we've come a long way in our program, and we are eager to move forward. And I'd like to go to the next slide. Maybe. Perfect. So if you recall in our last update, we spoke about what makes our planning and program set apart from others. And it's the stakeholders and the collaboration that we did to build this program. You all know that we're not mental health experts, so that's what we solicited, and we solicited the mental health experts from this community. And you can see on the screen our partners are Baycare, USF, the Crisis Center, ACTS, Northside, DACO, and Grace Point, all working with the City of Tampa and the Police Department. In particular, behind the scenes, USF, Baycare, and Crisis Center stood out. Baycare, Gail Ryder, she worked with us and took the lead when nobody responded to our request for proposal. And we partnered with Dr. Kathleen Moore from USF and Claire Reynolds from the Crisis Center, who worked with us behind the scenes to develop the meetings and focus groups to establish where we are today and how we're going to move forward. On our TPD team, I have several with today, and they will be speaking, but Lieutenant Kurt Royka is with us. Detective Tony Scolaris couldn't be with us today, and we also have our new hire, our behavioral health coordinator, Dr. Kathy Thompson, who will be speaking to you shortly. So I'd like Lieutenant Royka to walk you all through our progress, and then we'll take any questions that you may have. Lieutenant.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Lieutenant Kurt Royka. I'll be heading up our behavioral health unit at the Tampa Police Department. As the Chief said before, we did partner with the providers that you had before you in your PowerPoint presentation, but additionally we researched across the nation and reached out to numerous agencies to see what they were doing, to see what worked and some of their challenges and where we can improve ours. And we believe that we came up with a good plan for the City of Tampa. As you see before you on the screen, our program will consist of myself and then our behavioral health coordinator, who we'll introduce to you in just a minute. In addition to that, we'll have 4 case managers, 4 field clinicians, and 4 officers. The 4 field clinicians will come from ACTS. They'll be assigned to ride with police officers, and they'll respond out to calls for service related to mental health type calls. In addition, we'll have 4 case managers. These 4 case managers will be embedded inside the 4 major providers throughout the city: Northside, DACO, Grace Point, and ACTS. Some of the program goals will be this. Obviously, our #1 goal is to link people in crisis with the appropriate services. We know that that's probably one of the #1 challenges we have, is getting people connected in a timely fashion to the services that they need. So the program is designed just to do that, and that's why we have the case managers embedded within each one of the facilities. Also, we're going to be providing services as it relates to mental health and substance abuse, because a lot of times we know that mental health has a comorbidity issue of dependency, some sort of substance abuse dependency. So we'll be addressing both issues as well. And again, the teams will be responding out to the calls for service related to mental health, and the clinicians will be taking the lead on those calls, and the police will be there just simply to make sure everything stays in a safe manner and be there to support the clinician as necessary. Our agreement is with ACTS. Again, ACTS is going to be the one who is going to provide us the clinicians and execute the contract for us. This is a one-year contract, and they will be providing independent contractors to us by way of the field clinicians. The scope of work will be as follows. Again, they'll be the lead agency for the pilot program, and they will provide within their facility one case manager. And so, like I said, each agency will have a case manager that we can refer people directly to based on the issues they're having to get them the appropriate treatment. And at this time, I'd like to introduce to you Dr. Kathy Thompson, who is our behavioral health coordinator. She'll be overseeing the clinical piece of our unit. And so, Doctor.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Kathy Thompson. My PhD is in counselor education and supervision. I am also a licensed mental health counselor here in the state of Florida. Additionally, a national certified counselor and a certified clinical trauma professional. So with those credentials, I also have over 17 years experience of working and serving those in social services, children, families, predominantly in another circuit, but just next door over in Polk, Highlands, and Hardee counties. Some of my duties are before you. So I will be considered the subject matter on mental health. Again, no one person can be all things to all people, so I'm excited and honored to partner with Tampa Police Department to better serve and connect our citizens with the services that they truly need. Specifically, I will be overseeing the field clinicians. I will be the liaison in between law enforcement and our behavior providers. A lot of data tracking. I will aggregate data, provide statistical reports, let everyone know how we're doing, what's working, what's not working, make some critiques, some adjustments and modifications as needed. That does include a referral process for our officers. And additionally, in the future, we will more than likely implement some additional mental health training.
Thank you, Doctor. I also want to stress that our clinicians will be coming to us as licensed clinical social workers or a licensed mental health professional. That way they can do the Baker Act themselves, and law enforcement doesn't have to do that. So our goal is to be able to provide trained professionals in the field to do these types of services instead of relying on law enforcement to perform those services. So just a quick breakdown of the budget. You'll see that the proposed total is $800 for the year. I know the contract before you is in the 400s, but in addition to that, the other piece of that would go towards the initial setup that we need to get the equipment in place. Also, a large piece of that is going to go towards providing services back to the community for the clients that our program will be serving over the days ahead. Any questions?
I have two. So Kurt and Lee, Signal 20 goes out. How does this work? And Signal 20, for you guys, it means a mentally ill person. So
Right.
Signal 20 goes out. How does it work?
And just for the record, we've changed Signal 20 to now be called Person in Crisis.
Okay.
So
all right.
new change, right?
Okay.
So we made that change. So what will happen in theory would be that when those calls come in, our dispatchers will triage the calls. If one of our units is available to handle the Signal 20 call, then they will respond out. So the clinicians and the officer, what they'll end up doing is they'll respond to those calls, but another big piece is going to be follow-up. We know that a lot of times that we have to go out to these same people over and over again because they're not getting the appropriate follow-up services that they need. So our clinicians will be going out with the officers to do follow-ups. They'll ensure that they're going to their appointments, they're making sure their medicines, that they're taking them, and if they're not taking them, why they're not taking them, and then getting back connected with their doctor to get them the appropriate medicine they need. And so follow-ups will be part of it, and when they're not doing that, Then when it comes in, if they're available, they'd respond to that. The clinician would take the lead on those calls and try to triage that call from the professional clinical side.
Second question. Every community is different. You say you have 4 officers, 4 clinicians. Tell me the diversity with that, because again, every community is different and everybody responds to people differently in crisis, or families are there in crisis. So what do we have in plan for that, or have we thought about that yet?
Are you referring, sir, specifically to the diversity of the team?
Yep.
Okay, so the diversity of the team right now, I can tell you that I have 2 females, and I have for 2 female officers, and I have 1 male officer. We're still recruiting for the 4th position. So we'll have a diversity there. We have not hired the clinicians yet because we're waiting on the contract to be approved by the city council before we hire from ACTS. So I can't answer that piece of what ACTS is going to look like yet. I know that through my discussions with Valor and BJA, who has helped us with some other projects with mental health, we have addressed that issue specifically, knowing that each subset within the community is different. And we know that we have to find a way to make sure that we're treating the need of the community as well as we do the individuals with these types of teams. So we are trying to have a diverse team, both male and female, and we're also trying to make sure when we bring in our clinicians that we have a wide, diverse population. There are a diverse group there as well to help meet the needs of the population.
Male and female is good, but like you know and I know, if I go to a Hispanic community,
yes,
habla español,
well, the good
he don't
news,
speak habla español, and we Hispanics talk with their hands.
yes, sir.
So I want to make sure that, we want to make sure the community is going to benefit to where we got a program, that's going to cover all those needs. When we talk about black community, we talk about Hispanic, these different cultural people, so we have those people to respond. So I'm just making sure, I know we're trying in the initial stage, but I want to keep in mind that we have to have that. We have to have some Hispanics, females, males, great. You got to have some black folks. You got to have a diverse people if we're saying it's going to be truly a team that can go out and deal with some of the issues in some of these communities.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Dingful, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks to all of you for putting this together. I think it's good progress. I look forward to the kickoff, which sounds like it's around the corner in the fall. My question is this, as related to, I know in all the research you've done and you've looked internally, as related to how many total calls, we basically, it looks like we've got sort of 4 teams or something, and how does that relate to coverage of 24/7? You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure a lot of these calls probably, perhaps get more concentrated at certain days or certain times or something. But
Yes, sir. As this is a pilot program, we are starting with 4 teams. And so obviously with 4 teams, it's impossible to gain a 24/7 coverage. So the coverage is, and we've looked at our calls for service as well, and we realize that a lot of our calls for service are in the evening time hours, up until, I think it's, if I remember correctly, so it goes up to about 11 p.m., and then those calls start to fall off. So our coverage will be from 8 a.m. in the morning to roughly 11 o'clock in the evening. And then because we have limited staff and we're trying to get maximum hours out of our teams, primary coverage right now in the pilot phase, so it'd be a Monday through Friday setup.
okay. And Dr. Thompson, based upon your review of these numbers and that sort of thing, how do you feel about that? Or is this just a drop in the bucket that we're going to be able to address at the beginning? And do you anticipate this program growing significantly for a city of 400,000 people?
I do. Great question. Thank you. I believe we have to start somewhere, and I think it is admirable that the city is taking a look at this and acknowledging that this is a concern of the citizens. With that being said, 4, we have to start somewhere. I think 4 is doable for the amount of calls that I've reviewed. And yes, I highly anticipate this program to grow and reach a capacity to where we can at least meet the needs of as many citizens as possible. Ideally, we would like to not be needed. However, that's not really the case, and that's not realistic.
Thank you. And Chief, again, thanks for all you've done over the last year, almost, I guess, about a year of working on this. I know you put your heart and soul into it, and I appreciate it. again, well, when we put 4 officers on this, it's 4 officers less that are doing their regular job. But I would think that there's sort of a balance there in terms of, you know, that if we can start reducing, especially the recidivism, John Bennett and I have talked about, and it looks like you're trying to do that in terms of follow-up and that sort of thing. I mean, overall, I hope that we can just keep a steady number of officers, but just start shifting some of them over into this type of program.
Right.
Is that what you anticipate?
Well, these are calls that the officers would be taking anyways.
Right.
So our goal would be with this unit to reduce the volume of those calls, so actually to ease the workload simultaneously. So hopefully it'll increase our efficiency and effectiveness, not only for the police department, but for the citizens. So that would be the goal.
And I would also guess that, especially when it relates to effectiveness, that if these officers are more highly trained than, you know, than just your regular officer, then they will be more effective.
Having an expert, subject matter expert in the car, you can't top that.
Yep. All right, super. Well, thanks again, and we look forward to hearing from all of you as we progress, maybe a couple of months in.
Yes,
Anyone else? Before I finish up?
Don't put it on consent anymore. This is too good and too important to skip over. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I saw Vieira and I saw Mr. Carlson.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you, for your presentation. I appreciate it. Chief, it's good to see you under better circumstances. That's for darn sure. No, one thing I wanted to point out about this great program is that, well, let me ask you, what's the present budget for it right now?
It's roughly 800,000. I don't have the exact line item, but it's roughly 800,000.
And that's a lot of money. And if, as you, it continues to be effective, and you want to continue to expand, it's going to cost more money. One of the things I'm getting at is that we have $80 million over the next 2 years that's going to come from the federal government. The federal government has told us that we can use that money in part for public safety issues. I think this is a great program that we should, you know, take a look at funding as in a robust way, in part through those funds, that we can take a look at that. I know I've done a motion in that regard that Tampa City Council has supported to have, you know, take a look at public safety for those funds. And, you know, and it goes to the larger point, which is that if you're going to, you know, do positive reforms in policing, it costs money. Implicit bias training that we passed, it's going to cost a lot of money. Community policing and having that transition for a lot of our cops on the street, that costs a lot of money. Body cameras, $13 million, that's a lot of money. And this, a whole lot of money. So when you want to make these changes, it costs a great deal of money. And we're coming into a great deal of money. And I think there's good consensus for having these improvements funded in part by these funds. So that's all. And thank you guys very much.
Thank you. In addition to that, we do have several grants that we are applying for. We're optimistic on those.
Mr. Carlson, you're recognized.
I want to echo thank you to you and your team for putting all this together, doing all the research, background, and everything. You'll remember it's an important issue the community brought up a year ago and has had a consistent drumbeat on, so appreciate your help on it. Thanks to Chief Bennett also for pushing it forward and leading as well. One quick question, and sorry this is a tough question, but it's the one the community asked, which is it possible through the research that you've done that having mental health, behavioral health intervention would reduce the times that that people are shot or hurt in some way? The comment of the community is that if a mental health person led, then there would be fewer people shot. Is that anything that you saw in any of the research you did, and what's your
Well, I think that data would have to speak for itself, but as presented here, the mental health expert or the licensed mental health counselor is going to be the one engaging. So unless there's a threat or anything like that, they are doing the primary and the officer is secondary.
And what happens, and without mentioning any specific cases, what happens if someone needs the mental health counselor, but they're also wielding a weapon, gun or something? How do you address
it's a very dynamic situation where the law enforcement training would step in.
Yeah, and I know it's difficult. Sorry to ask the question, but I know the public's going to ask us, so I want to get the answer. Thank you.
Mr. Citro, you recognized.
Well, Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the chief, the lieutenant, and the doctor for their hard work. Also, our chief of staff for lending help for this too. And if there's no other discussion, I'd like to go ahead and move this resolution.
I just have a few things.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And a lot of your questions are valid. Mr. Carlson, your questions are valid. I'm hoping that we have buy-in. Buy-in from the officers. You guys know I know. You gotta have buy-in. 4 officers will not be enough. We have a very serious mental health situation in our communities. It won't be enough. So you can get ready for that. Our activists and things like that, 4 will not be enough. I think this is a great start to see where we need to be at. I'm a realist to it, gentlemen. Mr. Carlson, your point, I've been there. Me and my first call, me and LaWanda Buchanan. Guy comes out willing a big old knife. 21 feet was the thing. 21 feet is the kill shot. 21 feet. But you got to have common sense to say, do I take this guy's life or do I just back off and just wait it out? It comes with training too. It's also going to be a part of probably the process with TPD training officers too, with those type of things as well. So it's going to work both hands in hand. Knowing when to retreat. There's wrong retreating sometimes. Knowing when to retreat. But I know for a fact we're going to see how it rolls out. You know, I know Chief is probably vetted. I know him. He's always going to be looking for this and that. So I'm waiting to see how we get up and running. But Jim, what I can tell you, you're going to need more than 4 officers. You have a midnight shift, an evening shift, a day shift. You got 3 districts. You know, when I first came on D2, we called it working man district. It got split up. D3 is the working man district. Some people hate to say that, but I just tell you the way it is. And we have a severe mentally ill problem with a lot of our youth now. And some of these parents are having kids that they have mental issues, but I'm glad we are in the right step to move because I think that's going to be the key for this process. Mr. Miranda, anything, sir?
No, thank you. I just want to thank the police department, Chief Brokaw, and the rest of the staff for putting it together, doing an outstanding job. Thank you very much. And see what happens. This is an embryo thing to start. You can't make judgment until you have facts of studies that happened on the outgoing, service that you all do. Very well done with your staff of Dr. Thompson and the rest of you. I think you have 4 of them, and see what happens, and hopefully it works out for the best. Everybody's satisfied.
Thank you.
Mr. Citro, you want to put a motion on the floor so the community can know that this
Yes,
council is
thank you very
serious
much,
about it?
Mr. Chair. File number PS 21-69437. I'll move that resolution.
Second.
Mr. Citro has moved it. Mr. Miranda has seconded. Roll call vote on that, please.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Viera, Citro,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, item number 42, staff. Chief, you doing this or is legal doing this first? I think legal is supposed to talk on the charter issues.
All right. Again, good afternoon, council. Good afternoon, public. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Here representing the administration, specifically Mayor Castor, and the opportunity to bring some appointments to City Council for the opportunity to confirm. Before I get started, I want to make sure, and maybe Mr. Shelby can help me and Ms. Zellman can help me, that there was a substitute submitted.
Yes, Andrea Zellman, Deputy City Attorney. We submitted a substitute resolution late yesterday to add the appointment of Sharisha Hills as the Director of the Parks and Recreation Department to the other new appointees.
Gentlemen, before the chief gets started, I pulled this item for clarity. As you remember, Chief Tripp had her situation, we had to rush to get that done. And, you know, it's no slap on the current administration. So let me make that clear. It's a matter of things have kind of been out of balance and kind of like we was always done it this way versus doing what policy says we should do. So it's no slight on any candidate that's being appointed. It's just a matter of the process and the policy have not been consistent and follow what the book said. So as the chairman, you know, I'm a policy guy, Chief's a policy guy, and so is the mayor. They made policies, and we follow policy. And for me, when I see a current situation that's occurring, and in council's in the dark, we get calls, then as the chairman, I have to act upon those to get information. So that's why I pulled this item to ask questions in reference to what our charter says, why are we doing this versus what the charter is saying, and that's why I sent that, Mr. Shelby sent that memo out. We will get to the appointments. I don't think there'll be issue with the appointments today, but I want to make sure we get the nuts and bolts or how we will proceed down the road with appointments coming to this council for approval. So that's why I asked for staff, and I'll let Mr. Bennett go, and then Ms. Zelman and Mr. Shelby can chime in whenever he feels.
Thank you, Chairman. What is the pleasure of council? I have a couple options. One, we could do one confirmation candidate at a time, let him or her come up and briefly introduce themselves, give a 5-second vitae about their history, either with the city or in a different sector, public or private sector, and then if you wanted to confirm one at a time, or would you like to hear from all three and make your decision in the group? What's the pleasure of council?
I think I'll go around. I mean, for me, I think that you introduce the candidate, we hear them out, we make the appointment, and then after that, we'll go into the policy section of how we will move forward in the future of appointments coming to council.
Sounds great.
That all right, gentlemen?
You're the boss.
All right, Mr. Bennett, continue, sir. Mr. Shelby, you recognize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Chief Bennett. I just want to also add, council, that, and Ms. Zelman can talk further about it, or the administration, contained in this resolution also is relative to waiver of the residency requirements, which is a section of the charter. I believe that's still in the substitute. And as you know, we could have the discussion of what the charter says and the effects, because there have been previous extensions of that policy in the charter, previous waivers granted, and what ultimately the effect of that is, just so that council is apprised of it.
So let's do this, Mr. Shelby. Again, we'll go ahead and so we can get those folks out here, and then we'll deal with the business of hand of the charter issues of the residency and also how appointments should be made and handled with the council. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, and just from perspective, you can do it individually, but ultimately it's all contained in a resolution that would require the vote for you to move the resolution to adopt that.
Correct.
That action.
All right. Well, again, Chief, you can do one at a time, and then we'll go with the whole resolution because it is one packet, and we'll go from there, and then they can go after that, and then we can deal with the other matter.
Thank you, Chairman. And today, obviously, our three confirmation candidates appointed by the mayor. This is a great moment for them. I know we have the moment in council and the process piece, but it's also a very good moment for them. And I think it's only fair to start in the process of seniority. So I would first have Ms. Adriana Colina come up and tell her a little bit about herself.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, council members. Adriana Colina. I'm a proud third-generation Tampeña, 32-year veteran with the city of Tampa. My background is HR, public relations, communications, and really community outreach. Prior to being given the privilege to serve as the Director of Logistics and Asset Management for the city of Tampa, I served for the Solid Waste Department, where I worked with many of you and worked over asset management for the Solid Waste Department. I am proud to have served the city of Tampa for so many years and given my best. I really look forward to continuing to give you all and give Tampa all that I have. This is my hometown, and I'm living the dream job. Thank you.
Any questions, gentlemen?
I have a statement. You started when you were 10?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Oh, and I forgot one thing. 2018 Tampa's Hispanic Woman of the Year.
All right. Mr. Maniscalco, you recognize, sir.
I first met her about 12 years ago, and I mean, you couldn't ask for a better person, so she has my endorsement. That's all I can say. I mean, you know, her reputation speaks for herself.
Thank you, Councilman.
Anyone else?
I'm joking, I think she loses 6-1. They go over too good, huh?
Mr. Dingfield, you recognize.
I'll go informal. Adria, we're so proud of you, all you've done over the years, all you've accomplished. I think you should give a shout out in Spanish because it's always so eloquent when you do, but congratulations.
Muchísimas gracias. Para mí es un honor y un placer a servir esta ciudad y esta comunidad.
Gracias.
Chief?
Thank you, Adri, and we're very proud of her accomplishments as well. I know it was a great honor to see her step into this role, and I witnessed, you know, from a kind of the sidelines, the knowledge transfer, and I can't tell you how quick Ms. Colina responded to all of our projects in real time, especially under COVID conditions. So we're really looking forward to her abilities in serving the public and our internal services. Next, I'm honored to bring up Ms. Sharisha Hills, who's been appointed by the mayor as the Director of Parks and Recreation. Obviously, in the scheme of public safety and public works, our parks are one of the most forward-facing departments that serve the community, and we're very honored to present you Ms. Hills.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, Council. Like Adri, right here, born in Tampa, homegrown, grew up in East Tampa. I think a lot of you know my story. Went to Academy Hall of Names, Notre Dame, played a little bit of basketball. But I grew up in the parks of the city of Tampa. Been with the City Parks and Rec for 12 years, maneuvered my way around from team supervisor, projects and service coordinator, manager, to now Director of Parks and Rec. This is home is where the heart is. This is home. I'm happy, humbled, honored to have this position, so thank you.
Anyone? Mr. Cross, you recognize.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for your hard work over the last few months. The constituents in South Tampa, as the rest of the city, really care about their parks and, as you know, feel passionately about them and want them to be in great condition. And I appreciate your response and care, and they love working with you, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Citro, you recognize.
I think all my hard work paid off whenever I saw the mayor and whispered in her ear, Sharisha Hills, Sharisha Hills, Sharisha. Congratulations to you. You've worked hard to get where you're at. I am so proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Chair.
that.
Anyone else?
I just want to thank you to both Karina and to Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill and I were talking earlier, and as I talked to Ms. Karina outside, Adriana, and I have a challenge with you, right, Ms. Hill?
Corkball, yes, sir. I'm on it. If I can shoot the ball, I'll be good, but that's okay. I'm good. We're going to play.
We'll do it. We'll let Mr. Bennett there be the referee.
We can do it.
He's getting kind of old, though.
That's all right. I'm still going to bet on him. I got him.
Congratulations to you. You worked your way all the way through the system, and that's an honor.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Well, let me say this. This council has been talking about you from day one. This council has been waiting for this day. There's no slight on the other candidates that are here today, but this council has been waiting for the administration to bring you to this council for us. Because the people and the folks in your department see what you're doing. You're not like some of the other guys we've had here before who sit in an office all day and people don't know who they are. You're out there, you're with the kids, the parents, the community, and that's what people want to see of their leaders. They're not sitting in an office somewhere and don't know what's going on. And I know you do know what's going on because you're out there. I hear from the employees. Employees have been calling us. Managers have been calling us. She's doing a great job. So we hear these things. I make no bones about it. I've told Mr. Bennett, what are we waiting on? I told him, what are we waiting on? So I'm glad this was done. It needed to be done. I'm proud of you. This community I know the community is elated that we have first African-American fire chief who's done a hell of a job from day one. Now we have an African-American parks director because what is your department? Almost 90%, maybe 8% African-American?
Yes, sir.
So people are proud of what's happening in the city. Talked about that earlier with our Charlie Frago, our 2-hour scuttle about the Cuban. It's in the paper already. That's what people want to see. They want to see change. And I'm very proud of you. You worked your way. And again, it's a long time coming, and I'm glad that the chief and Osea and the mayor made that decision to make this happen. So I'm very proud of this day. So you continue to do what you're doing. Thank you again, Chief.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Council.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Council. Just a little postscript on Sharisha. Besides all the wonderful things you heard, I've had a chance to have some meetings out in the community, especially under budget development. I want to hear some things at the ground level about some of the passion as we develop the FY22 budget. And I've had a chance to interface with some of the neighborhood leaders that have a high sense of community around our parks. And I can tell you the granularity that Ms. Hills has provided in understanding, because she grew up in the parks, families use the parks, so there's this tactile understanding of what's going on in there, and that's really going to be a game changer for us. And so I know we have a lot of firsts that have been coming through based on the mayor's appointments and council's confirmation, but I want to say it's all about the best and the brightest too. I mean, these are the best and the brightest, and Ms. Hills went through a rigorous review against nationwide candidates that were submitted over the open opportunity to apply for this position. And so that vetting process is a testimony to her abilities.
200 candidates, I believe, right? Over
Sir?
200 candidates, correct?
Yes, we actually lifted some candidates from a previous recruitment that had a lot of parks background, and Ms. Hills, just like she did in basketball, whipped them all. So I'm a little biased on the Notre Dame thing, by the way. So. Our last confirmation recommendation is Mr. Adam Smith. As council knows, the mayor really wanted to examine the communications process in the city, get down, penetrate in the neighborhoods. This is not the first time council and I have had these discussions. We've tried to accommodate things with service level agreements, and there's just nothing that takes the place of good leadership and a good strategy around communications. And with that process, we're proud to bring Mr. Adam Smith to the lectern and let him introduce himself.
I'm sorry it's a letdown for me to come up after those two. It's great to be here. I've been working for about a week, and I can tell you when people ask me how do I like the job, all I say over and over again is that the staff, without exception, the work ethic and the passion and the commitment is phenomenal, because I've been getting to know people throughout the organization, and you all should, and I'm sure you are, proud. So I'd love to answer any questions.
Well, I'll be the first to go at it since I'm the chairman. From day one, we've talked about communication. From day one. And there's no slight on the other person that was here. But the communication person is director of the city. This council is a part of the city. And when we talked about things that we have going on, no one knows about. We have things we want to get out there to the public. We understand that the administration pumps the mayor, and we understand that as well. But there are things that this council wants the public to know that we're doing as well. Our website not being updated. I had to call about updates and things like that. So I'm hoping that we have a better sense of communication to all of our needs. We talk all the time about situations in our community that happen, and we get calls we know nothing about. And I'm hoping that the philosophy will change. I'm hoping that you bring a different philosophy to that department to where we get notified when things happen. We had a big fire in downtown. Didn't know about it. I've had multiple shootings. Don't know about them. So I'm hoping that somehow with the other communications people that the fire department has, the police, that somehow that intertwines so this council knows what is going on in the city as well. Because honestly, we have a mayor, but people notify this council first and email this council because they figure we're the first line. So I'm hoping that we can get a different philosophy in the office, but again, welcome aboard.
Good, thank you. And I'm eager to hear all your ideas for how we can improve.
Anyone else? Mr. Carlson, you're recognized.
Yeah, I won't repeat everything he just said, but from the constituent point of view, we're all the same. The city council and mayor, if one of us gets blamed, they're mad at all of us. And we have gotten a lot of complaints about the constituents not being informed, from rate increases to public meetings that are coming up to tearing up roadways. A lot of times we get press releases that are at least sent to us, but we get them at 9 o'clock and the road was ripped up at 8 o'clock. And so it's too late for us to notify. We have our own channels that we can use, and the more tools you give us and think of us as a communication partner with the mayor and staff, the more we can help all of us do a better job. Because I know the intention of the mayor, chief of staff, and others is to communicate effectively and to engage the community to make sure we're living up to the expectations and vision of the community. So I appreciate that. And also, I've known Adam for a long time. He was with the Times. He was a reporter and an editor, and very well respected in the Times and in the community. And then he worked for an international PR firm, and so he has that expertise of being able to look systemically at communication. And I think that's what we need right now. We think it's really, the city is a 1.2 or whatever $1 billion company from a communication point of view, and it has lots of moving parts with lots of constituents that need to be communicated with, and I have confidence that you'll do a great job. Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
Go ahead, Councilman Dick.
Any further, Mr. Citro?
I think you were next, Joe.
I'm just hoping that all of us will forget anything that Adam wrote about us prior
I am
in the
too.
newspapers. Welcome aboard.
Mr. Dingfellow, you're recognized.
Adam, welcome. So it's an interesting transition, and I've seen it with some of your fellow journalists to go in-house. I don't know if this is your first shot truly in-house, but I'm just curious philosophically, what sort of thoughts you've been having about that move, and those just the idea of transitioning from covering City Hall to being part of City Hall.
I actually think it's seamless. I mean, my career started covering local government in a little tiny town, and so I've always been sort of a schmaltzy idealist about government and the people that work in government. So I think it's a perfect, it's a seamless transition.
Great.
Just telling the stories.
We all look forward to working with you. There are a lot of stories from this body that, as Mr. Chairman has indicated, that don't get told, and should get told. I mean, you've sat here for the last couple hours, just watching the many issues that we deal with week in and week out, and for some reason that's, it doesn't necessarily get out there, but we look forward to working with you to change that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Miranda?
Señor Smith, lo vi sentado ahí adelante en la primera línea, tercera silla, y tú vete por la mañana ahí mirando a los otros. Yo quería que era un gente de la federal.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, what did he say?
I said, I saw you sitting there early in the morning. I thought you were fed. Only jokingly. But now you can write about yourself. When you're in this government, you can go back in your history of the many articles that you wrote and see how calculated right you were, or maybe not so right.
Yeah, I don't think I want to do that.
Anybody else?
Congratulations being on board, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Miranda, since this being your committee, would you read the resolution?
Yes, sir. I'm honored to move item number 42.
Second.
With the substitute.
Substitute motion, which is confirming the three individuals that spoke earlier today.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Dingfelder,
Yes, congratulations.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco. Vieira. Citro,
Yes, 3 new members to the family.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Carlson?
Just one quick thing. I want to thank the mayor, Chief Bennett, and others. One of the things that I brag about this administration is that you really have brought in, as you alluded to earlier, a top-notch team of people everybody that you all brought in at the senior leadership, mid leadership, and others is very impressive. And I think we all ought to brag about the administration more and the quality of people that you are bringing on, and the diligence that everybody takes in making sure we're doing the right things and we're solving the problems of constituents. Thank you.
All right. We'll move on to Ms. Zelman, Mr. Shelby, Mr. Bennett, in reference to the actual charter policy and the actual residency policy.
Just to clarify, the resolution that you just approved, there were two charter provisions referenced therein, which I believe is what you're asking about. One is section 6.03, which provides that 90 days after taking office or 90 days after a vacancy occurs, the mayor is to appoint someone to serve as a department head or the equivalent thereof, and then submit that name to the city council for confirmation by a majority of the city council. And I would note that prior to the Charter Review Commission, on which we all served, several of us served, the mayor only had 30 days to do that. Now it's 90 days. It also provides that if the mayor, if the council does not confirm the appointment of the mayor, then the mayor has another 90 days to either submit a new name or resubmit the name that was disapproved. And again, that was shortened from, was previously the mayor only had 15 days to do that after a disapproval. Now she has 90. We added that time in with the Charter Review Commission. And then with the charter changes that were recommended by the Charter Review Commission. And then I believe the other part you were asking about, section 6.01, which is that part of the charter that provides that department heads or administrative personnel with the responsibility equal to or greater than a department head must be residents of the city. Previously, the charter just said that and was silent. Again, the Charter Review Commission recommended and the voters approved a process whereby a department head could seek a waiver of that residency requirement for 1 year, and then could request 2 subsequent extensions of that requirement, which is what you had before you today. You had several individuals who had previously been granted residency waivers who asked for an additional 1 year extension.
Ms. Carson.
You know, several of us served on that commission together. That issue was raised because of a particular situation in the last administration, which I won't go into, maybe somebody else will, but and we put the checks and balances that are in there. But we have, as I just mentioned a minute ago, we have very good staff now, and at least one of them is sitting over there. And what are we going to do at the end of next year if the charter won't allow us to extend it? And are we going to lose people if they can't move?
I don't know. That is a very good question, which some of us have also pondered.
I raised that question.
And I won't. As you know, we served on the Charter Review Commission together. I was among those on the Charter Review Commission that agreed with, I believe it was Michael Stevens, who had served as an HR director at USF, that advocated for doing away with the residency requirements because, in his opinion, and I tend to agree, it really limits the ability to hire the best and the brightest. We're no longer living in the kind of society where there's just a single breadwinner in a house and all that. We now have situations where, for instance, you may have a married couple where the husband works in Hillsborough County, the wife works in Sarasota County, they want to live in Apollo Beach to live halfway in between. You have people caring for elderly relatives. You have people caring for grandchildren. They want to be able to live near those family members. They have kids in a particular school district. They want to be able to live there. You have a situation right now in Tampa where the cost of homes and apartments have just risen phenomenally. And is it really truly necessary for people to live in the city? I'm getting way off your question, but I mean, as you recall, those were the issues we discussed at the Charter Review Commission. Those of us that believed in doing away with the requirements lost, but if you will, the compromise the commission came up with was this process where people could at least get extensions. Should the council want to revisit that and perhaps recommend amending the charter to do away with the residency requirement, that would be one option.
But we're still going to have a year gap, so, and I was one of the ones, to be honest, I think I was one of the ones that fought for it, and we were always looking for, or thinking about worst case scenario. Well, this is a best case scenario where we have really good people that we want to keep, but we have no flexibility by the charter. Is that right?
You do not have the flexibility to grant another waiver after the third one. That's correct, after the third year has expired.
We can't amend it. I think we have to think ahead because we could lose really good people. They'll leave maybe before then, but we don't have any remedy because we can't amend the charter, I think, before then either.
I'm trying to do the math in my head of when the election is, and I believe you're correct.
Mr. Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've always thought that city residency requirement was silly and anachronistic. And frankly, I think when we get to the point of discussing charter issues and tweaks, and that this is an important one. I think it's reasonable to require, important directors like this to live within 25 minutes of the city, or 30 minutes of the city, or 30 miles, or something like that, because when an emergency comes up, they can get back here quickly. But we're a metropolitan region. If somebody chooses to live across the bridge in St. Pete or whatever, it's fine with me. I mean, we don't own people 24/7, and if they want to go home to a slightly different community, even live in Temple Terrace, what's the difference if you live in Temple Terrace or if you live in New Tampa? It's right next to each other, right, Louis? But in regard to this other issue, I can't remember what was it, 6.03, Andrea. The other thing I think we need to tweak, or at least propose to the voters to tweak, is this issue that the mayor appoints. It's just strange wording. The mayor appoints department heads, and then we confirm them, which just to me is just bad language. To me, it should be the mayor nominates department heads, et cetera, and then we confirm or not confirm. But appointment implies a done deal. And I know whoever wrote this ages ago didn't mean it that way, but that's just the way it's shaken out over the years. So that's just a matter of semantics. I appreciate, Mr. Bennett, you and the mayor agreeing to this process. And now you can have your parties and your ceremonies, et cetera, after we confirm. I think it just makes a little more sense. We appreciate that. Thank you, council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Well, Mr.
No, I just want to ask, thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrea, the resident requirement, along with Councilman Carlson's conversation with you, which I agree with, when is this year that we're talking about? We only have really a year and a half left when you look at it. 2 years, less than 2 years. I think the election is in, 2023 in April or March or something like that. So if you get from 1 year, when does it start, when does it end? And how much time do you have before the term of 4 years are up?
Well, today you approved the extension for the individuals named in that resolution. So effective today, they each have one additional year. So
So
let's
then-
say July 15th, so until July 15th, 2022.
They'll be short about 9 months then.
You mean prior to the
Yeah.
next election, correct?
So this is their second year then.
Correct. They just completed their
And what
second
does
year.
the word residency requirement mean? That you have to do what?
It actually says reside in and be an elector of the city, so reside within
Okay,
the
that's
city
more-
limits
more
and be
defined than
registered to
just
vote.
residency requirement. Thank you very much.
Correct.
Anyone else? But Ms. Zellman, as a person who was on the Charter Review Commission, I didn't support the police chief living way out someplace. And there were a few others on the board that didn't support that either. But we did make a compromise. And I said this would come back to bite us because if you look at it, 3 extensions in an administration of 4 years, how does that balance out? It doesn't. So now we're going to be in a pickle, gentlemen, because there is a rule in place that we may not can change to be able to keep those good people, which we want because of what's in place. So when we get down to, Mr. Shelby, with our charter workshop, this is something we're going to have to look at going forward, definitely. Ms. Zellman, the 90 days, when I heard the 90 days, I want to be clear, because I know we put that in there versus the 30. A vacancy comes available, the mayor has 90 days supposedly to fill that vacancy, correct? Is that how it reads?
It reads, and I'm sorry, I'll quote directly rather than try to paraphrase. It says, "The mayor within 90 days after taking office, or after a vacancy shall exist, shall appoint and submit to the city council for confirmation by no fewer than 4 votes of the entire council, heads of departments and any administrative personnel with administrative authority or responsibility equal to or greater than that of a department head."
So whether or less the mayor just got elected with her 90 days, or whether a vacancy occurred while she's already in office, 90 days still applies, the way I read that, correct?
90 days to appoint someone and then submit that
position.
name to city council.
All right, okay. I think this was good so we can understand what that policy is, what the charter says. We got some work to do on some of these issues, but now I believe right now is that I think council feels comfortable now that I think the process kind of worked today to where the chief brought those nominees to this council. We were able to ask questions. So if somebody asked a question they didn't like, then however it goes, but I think that's the way the system was supposed to work for confirmation, is that the mayor submits that name, whether she gives it the benefit, say, hey, you need to let the council know I'm going to submit this name, and say you need to take this person around. They can meet council, they can understand in case this councilman has issues about this certain issue that goes on in the city. This is the person you're going to put about hiring, so that person knows that certain councilmen are looking for certain things, not just take a vote on somebody. Even though you want to give people who they want, but I'm just saying I thought this was a better process to where we got to meet the candidate, know something about them, ask questions. And so they kind of understand how each councilman kind of, figure us out as well. So I think that's a better process versus where it kind of reads, which is really wrong. But again, Mr. DeVos said, it's the way it was wrote, that was the intent, but it's how to interpret. So I think we got some work down the road to do, gentlemen. And again, it's something that we're going to talk to Chief Bennett and Gina about in reference to these people that have residency issues. You're recognized, sir.
Yes, sir. Real quick, in regards to the residency and the 1 year and the fact that we cannot extend that, so basically that 1 year comes up.
Then, I'm sorry to raise my fingers, Mr.
You mean they?
Councilman Maniscalco, the charter, and Ms. Zellman can confirm this, the charter, as it's been amended, allows for 2 one-year extensions to the waiver. So it's a total of 3 years, as I understand it. Is that correct, Ms. Zellman? So in other words, as what happened today, this is, if I understand correctly, this is the last of the extensions that are allowable under the charter for those named individuals. So they have gotten waivers twice
Okay.
before, or is this the second of two that they've been granted? An initial waiver and then 2 one-year extensions.
So by
Okay.
July 15th of next year, they've reached their deadline, correct?
Under the charter, yes, unless there's a way that it can be addressed. It depends if it's the consensus of council that they'd like the legal department
Now, let me ask you a question. If those individuals would resign the day before, and then the mayor reappoints them the next day, and then would we reset the entire process?
Well, you ask an interesting question, because it also raises an issue that in the past what we've had is a position being appointed as being interim. And I don't believe that provision of the charter references into what the concept of an interim is, and I'm not familiar with the personnel manual to tell you what that says. But that has been done in the past in terms of appointments, somebody filling a position in an interim capacity. And maybe Ms. Zellman can speak to that.
Well, I was just going to suggest, and Mr. Shelby just touched on this, if you would like to make a motion for us to explore options for ways by which some of the individuals we're talking about could continue to serve after July 15th, 2022, should they not by then be residents and electors of the city, we'd be glad to research a way to make that.
My question is, how many are in this position? That's something I want to know. How many people are in this position?
Total?
I don't have the resolution in front of me.
Well, I don't have the, I mean,
You just had it right there.
the clerk has it, but that's only, I don't know how many others have been granted.
Right, I mean, how many, you know?
Those are the only people, those are the only people?
Those are the only ones.
And also, Mr. Chairman, while that's being referenced and looked up, just a reminder that, that there's also a general election coming up in 2022.
Right.
That may be also an opportunity for ballot questions as opposed to a municipal election. So you have that opportunity as well if you want
Right.
to do it.
I
But it
kinda-
still doesn't address the timeline
Right.
as we're facing now.
5 people that were extended, that in effect received their last extension today.
Mr. Carlson?
Mr. Chair, would you, because they're here, would you permit me to make that motion now?
What's
To
that?
ask staff to come back, I don't know what date, with suggestions on what to do regarding the residency requirement for the top managers of the city.
I'll grant it.
So I'd like to make that motion.
August 26th.
Mr. Moran, you recommend?
Although I like all these people, I think they've done an outstanding job. It's like me asking, find somebody how to violate the law.
Right.
And I don't want to go there, I really don't. I mean, I love these people, but for me to do that, and I'm not in disagreement with you, I would like to find, that's why I asked that question, what does residency mean? And when she told me the 2 things, I said, that can't be. If resident was just an address, it was rent payment, but there's a law that the people, and I know it's antiquated, because when I see now all this electronic stuff, half my family doesn't even work, they work from the house. So, I mean, nobody sees them. So especially the young people that come out of college, they're working from the house, they're not in an office. So what I'm saying is that these things are, at the time, it was need. You had a transportation problems, it was very little. There was only one bridge to St. Pete. You had to go to Clearwater, there was no bridge. You had to go all the way down Hillsborough Avenue. By the time you got there, it was 2 days later. So I understand that part, and I would imagine that's why it was there. But technology has come through and it's changed things around, so it made things much easier. None of these department heads, in order to do the job, maybe they gotta be here sometimes, they don't have to be here all the time. It's not like that, even in medicine. It's just, robotic medicine. Now, whoever thought a robot was gonna operate on you? Just think of that. You can take a pill now to grow hair, I just don't want to. But things change. I mean, there's where we're at today. Society has different values, different looks. So, and I understand, and I agree with you, Mr. Cross, but I just don't want to go there and the city says, look what they're doing there, and I don't want to do that.
Well, Two things. One, I stood up, I heard someone say the date, August 26th, and that would not be enough time. In addition, for us to research this issue. And in addition, I know, because I've been looking at it, your August 26th agenda is very long already. So we would need at least 90 days to research. But I would also say.
Ms. Elman, I know we have a workshop coming up in reference to charter issues. I think that's the better time to do that.
I agree.
When we have the charter issue, because there are a lot of issues in the charter that we need to discuss to deal with. So I think that's
And I
the
would
better
agree
time
with
to do
that. And I want to be clear to Mr. Miranda's point, we certainly wouldn't be looking for ways
No, I
to,
understand that.
violate the law or get around the law. We just want to completely understand the legal impact of that particular charter provision and what it means when those waivers expire.
Mr. Shelby, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just an observation, Council, and Mr. Miranda mentioned, alluded to the fact of this provision, and just a reminder, it was a result of a recommendation from the Charter Review Commission ultimately that got presented to Council, which then made the decision to put it on the ballot, and it now had been at the last opportunity for the voters to do that, along with the other charter amendments, was approved by the voters. It is now in your charter, and it was elected, the voters chose to place it there. This is the first opportunity. It's a relatively, this provision as it's constructed is new. So now you have the opportunity to see what the practical effects are once this thing has been enacted, and obviously you get that opportunity to evaluate that. But ultimately, just remember, I ask you to be mindful of the fact the charter is chosen by the people. It's the people's charter, and obviously, ultimately, it has to, whatever provision in there will reflect the voters' will.
All right. Any other questions, gentlemen?
I don't think that motion got a second, right?
So the resolution was passed?
The resolution was passed in reference to that.
Including the residency waiver?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, you recognize.
If you wish this to be considered at the workshop in February, if that's acceptable, then you could make a motion that it's the consensus of council to have that be considered as part of that workshop.
I mean, Mr. Shelby, you've already taken notes. I mean, every time we talk about a charter issue that comes up, you've already jotted out what's going to be discovered. I don't think we need a motion for that. We know that's an issue.
That's understood.
So I don't see a motion to be taken for that. You know that's an issue, and we've got some other issues that you've already written down to make sure that we address those issues in the charter.
I will do that, and I appreciate, this is the first opportunity for this council to discuss this issue publicly amongst yourselves, so thank you for that. I appreciate that opportunity.
And the reason I say that, and Mr. Miranda's right, we can't change our residency because that's what the law says. We can't do it. The voters, we gave it to the voters, they decided. So now we've got to go back, like you said, and look at, this may not be practical to what we put in. And then we have to find some other alternatives in the meantime. But I think those issues need to come up in the charter review time, when we're going to review the charter on some issues. Mr. Carlson.
The motion wasn't second anyway, but just to clear the record, I just would like to withdraw that motion then, considering the discussion we just had, and look forward to discussing it in the future. But to Mr. Miranda's point, I only want to stay within the law also.
No, I'm not casting that. I mean, I'm not saying that at all. I mean, just say that. And if I did, I apologize if you took it that way. It's not meant that way.
And if there's not a legal way to.
The perception, you can solve a legal problem. You'll never solve a problem of something that's got voluminous things and the public doesn't understand all of it. In other words, you can solve a problem, but you can't solve a perception of a problem. The problem will always be in somebody's mind if it's not addressed very clearly, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think the criticism in the past was about legal issues. In this case, just to be really clear, I want to make sure that we follow the law, and if there's not a legal solution, that I would not be in favor of. Thank you.
Okay. All right, sir, thank you. Moving right along. Number 101.
99, did we do that one?
Yep, we did 99. Oh, no, we still do 99, don't we?
No,
we skipped 99 because that's a review hearing.
Right.
Well, we're on staff now, so, and most of these are just gonna be quick votes anyway. Pardon me? 101.
99.
They're gonna be real, these are gonna be real quick votes. They're just quick votes. They're gonna be real quick.
Good afternoon again, City Council, Ron Wigington, Legal Department. Item 101 is a request to release an easement within the subject property located at 505 Royal Palm Way. This item was continued from the June 3rd meeting because of comments made about potential litigation. In fact, a complaint has since been filed, but as Mr. Weingart mentioned today earlier in public comments, that this release is separate and apart from the relief sought in that complaint. The easement in question is the City of Tampa utility easement, which was reserved in 1982 by way of a vacating ordinance number 7917-A. And the purpose of this easement was to place public utilities in the rear of the lots in the neighborhood and was never intended to serve as a buffer nor to protect the history of the neighborhood. Currently, there are no public utilities in this area and none are needed in the future. Any other easements which may have been reserved by the developer back in 1924 are not affected by this release. It is proper to proceed with this request, and Mr. Sammons is here to provide a presentation. Thank you.
All right. I don't think we have anybody public on this item, do we? Go ahead.
Yeah, Council. Ross Sammons, right-of-way mapping coordinator, City of Tampa. I put together some information for you, a brief presentation here for the release of easement and how my department processes those. Just a brief background again. It's 505 South Royal Palm Way. The applicant's requested to release the easement there. And there are no objections from the City of Tampa stormwater, wastewater, and the water departments. Page 3. You'll notice this is a release of easement review sheet. There are 4 important questions on that sheet. The first, obviously, is do you have facilities within the easement to be released? And 2, will subject to easement be needed in the future? 3, if facilities occupy the easement to be released, is it possible to have them relocated at petitioner's expense? And 4, do you object to this easement release? And we supply this to each department within the city and also private entities outside the city. And I've got another page here showing 4 instances of outside the city. And we have Tico Electric and Gas, Frontier, and Spectrum. And they have all signed off. They have no future use needed there, and they have no facilities within the easement. And that's what this shows. Just briefly, this is a clip of the actual plat, and the applicant is the owner of Lot 4, Block E, and a section of Lot 3. And the vacating is relating to this, or the release of easement is related to this vacated alleyway here. And I added in an aerial just for your review. If this is a clip of an aerial from the Hillsborough County Property Appraiser's office, and you'll notice they do have the original plat. It's faint red lines of that alleyway, and you'll notice that the center line of the applicant's property is within that alleyway, the center line of that alleyway. The applicants are required to submit a survey exhibit and description, and the bold line, black line here, is showing the proposed release of easement. And that pretty much sums it up, and I've got a review summary report there stating all the entities that do not have an objection to the release.
Mr. Dingell, you recognize?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. What's your name again? I'm sorry.
Ross Sanders.
Ross. Hey, Ross. Jimmy left you some big shoes to fill. But
Absolutely,
you're
I've
doing
heard
good.
that, yeah.
Listen, do we know why there was why the easement was reserved? I know it was a long time ago, but does any of the paperwork indicate why there was an easement reserved at all? Or if that's a legal question?
Yeah, I think that would be a legal question. I would like to revert that back to Mr. Wigginton.
That's always a good move.
Yeah.
There's no records or information that explains why the easement was reserved back in 1982. I imagine that the intent was that if there was any need for utilities to be in the rear of the lots, that would be available for them. But now that all the utilities are to the front of the lot or underground, I think in some of this area, I couldn't speak as to with certainty why they did it.
Because I think our typical vacating these days doesn't necessarily even reserve easements unless one of the utilities requests it, right?
Unless they're currently in use, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Anybody speak on this side?
Yes, hi, Councilman. Trey Weingart again with Hill Ward Henderson.
All right. You're sworn in?
Good afternoon, and I'll be brief, and I won't try to replow the ground that I talked about this morning, but I would briefly like to give a little bit more explanation or understanding about the lawsuit that's been currently filed here. The circumstances surrounding this easement, it's important to understand that construction has already begun in that easement, even though it's not been released by the city. Now, why that's important is because it's our belief, it's my client's belief, that the lot that was actually combined, you just saw the diagram that showed Lot E as well as lots 3 or 4 and part of 3. That's a non-conforming lot, and that's what the litigation is currently surrounding. And that's been filed. It's before Judge Chris Nash right now. And the question really becomes is whether or not building is appropriate both on that lot and at this point in the easement as it's proceeded. With that in mind, and with this lawsuit currently pending, and Judge Nash being the one who's currently charged with determining, I guess, as a jurisdictional issue first, whether or not it's appropriate to build on this lot, I believe that it's premature for the council to vote to release this easement. I think it would be appropriate for the council to defer until the court has decided that issue. That'll allow then the council plenty of time, once that decision's been made, maybe this gets continued for 6 months, to give Judge Nash that opportunity. And that'll give then the council plenty of time to decide the easement issue. Once again, the ground has been cleared on whether or not that lot that's been combined that includes that easement, as you just saw in the diagram, whether that's even a proper lot or whether that should have not been combined in the first place. So what we would request and suggest is that this matter be continued for 6 months so that Judge Nash has a chance to resolve the pending lawsuit, and then this council has a chance to take up the request for release of easement once it's properly been decided by the judiciary. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm available to answer them.
Mr. Dingell, I saw your hand, you recognized.
Yes. Let me hear from Mr. McElhaney. I assume he's representing the other side, and then I do have a question.
Absolutely.
Is that all right, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Francis.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm representing the property owners, Brandon Lancey and his company. They own the lot, and it's basically, when you look at the requirements for an easement, this has nothing to do with another person's property. It only has to do with the individual's property who's petitioning. And let me cite from Ron Wigginton's release of easement agreement. It says, Whereas if, to the extent the rear said lot easement rights were later conveyed to the city, and for the utility purposes are reserved by ordinance to the city that no longer requires same for installation, repair, or maintenance of any utility pipes, lines, or the other appurtenances presently or in the future. And then it goes on to say that Brandon Lancey is the petitioner. And it says the director has determined the city has no present or future need for the said easements within the release area for any public purpose. And then it goes on to say that they're recommending they have no objection to release it. The new director of right-of-way has already told you the city has no objections. The utilities had no objections. This is on private property that, you know, it doesn't matter whether there's a lawsuit or not. This pertains to an easement on a piece of property that's no longer needed. And it should be released. There's no reason to continue this hearing. The alley was vacated. We have no idea why they reserved the easements. The survey was submitted. The drawings and permits have already been issued for this property, and it was only in that process that it was discovered the easement still had not been released. So we're respectfully requesting that you go ahead, release the city's interest in the easement. The utilities have already weighed in on this, and basically there's no reason to continue this issue regarding the easement. If the other party has problems with a legal opinion or a staff opinion related to the buildability of the lot, that's a separate and distinct issue that's not related to the issue regarding the easement. So we're respectfully requesting you, as the petitioner, to move forward and release the easement. Thank you.
Steve, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of things. As much as it pains me to agree with Mr. Michelini, I seem to be leaning that way. Just kidding you, Steve. So
You hit him over the head and you pat him in the back.
Two things. To the Hill Ward attorney, and I apologize, I missed your name.
That's okay.
Have you sought any injunctive or other emergency relief from Judge Nash as related to the city?
We have not at this time. I don't believe the city's been served yet, so I'm not sure that it's procedurally ripe yet to be seeking that injunction, but we have not.
Well, I mean, in terms of your prayer for relief,
Oh,
and
understood,
the
yeah.
documents that have already been filed do not include injunctive relief?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And then secondly, Ron here in City Hall, Mr. Wigington, I don't have your memo in front of me, but do you have a specific recommendation to council as related to this from the city attorney?
Yes, sir. It is our opinion that we should proceed with this request. Whether you want to vote it up or down is up to you, but it is proper to proceed with this. Again, it's not really related to the pending litigation that's at hand.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm personally comfortable with moving forward. I think it's unfortunate we sort of have a neighborhood dispute that the city is being pulled into, and the city will have to participate in the other litigation. But I do agree with Mr. Wigington. I don't see why this easement issue is directly related. Like I said before, these days when we vacate alleys and there's no reason for reserving any rights, we don't reserve any rights. So this looks like it was sort of just an antiquated way of doing things a while back.
Okay, so would you like to move the resolution?
I'll move the resolution
Second.
for 101.
Second.
Steve has moved it, Mr. Maniscalco has seconded, roll call, please.
Viera. Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Okay, item 102.
Did we do 98,
Yep.
99?
98 was
Continue.
done earlier, 99 is a review hearing.
So we still have to do the review hearing.
Yes.
Not getting out of here.
It's a long day, brother, long day. All right, 102, administrative sections?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
During your agenda review once, Councilmember Dingfelder was present. He had no issues with 102, 103, 104, and 105. Those are resolutions. Mr. Baird was not required to be present.
Yep.
Those can be moved by motion.
I'll move all four of them.
Second.
102 through 105.
Mr. Dingfelder moved, Mr. Miranda has seconded. Roll call vote?
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco. Viera. You say yes? Okay. Goode,
Yes.
motion carried unanimously.
All right, 105.
106, Mr. Chairman, was a motion of council to come back with a resolution that has been filed, and it is ready for your action.
Move the second to the resolution.
Mr. Maniscalco, Mr. Miranda seconded. Roll call vote?
Maniscalco. Yes. Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, and then we have 106 done, 107 is done.
What is,
I think we had a memorandum from her.
And if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
yeah, 107, I thank Ms. Nguyen and Ms. Zellman for your very detailed report. You know, one of the reasons I did this, in part, and we can come back to this if it needs to be, is that the apprenticeship ordinance that we passed some time ago, it was under the appearance that it may have been preempted. I know there's going to be a legal report written on that sometime later. It appears that it's going to substantially survive. So I was looking at this as sort of a background, but we can maybe come back to this in another time. We're not going to be here until 8 a.m. tomorrow. So, but Ms. Zellman, thank you so much. Thank you.
All right.
So that would be a receive and file?
Yes, sir.
Motion by Mr. Viera, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All right, 108, it's a rental house ordinance, asking for continuance, 60-day continuance. My man, Brian?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of City Council. This was on a motion for a report on the county ordinance regarding the Tenants' Bill of Rights. That ordinance has had a sort of staged rollout with enforcement not beginning until July 1st. And therefore, just asking for a little bit of time so I can communicate with the county and other members to resolve some issues, gather some data regarding the application, interpretation, and enforcement of that ordinance, so I can give you a more comprehensive report.
To a particular date?
I would defer to council's calendar, approximately 60 days, the nearest meeting to that.
September 2nd?
September 23rd.
Let's
I'm
go
sorry, not 23rd, 30th.
September 30th? So
Oh,
moved.
September 30th.
Second.
Mr. Dingfelder, Mr. Miranda, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, sir. Item 109.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know, Mr. O'Hara is online.
He's on the line?
I don't know how long his report is going to be. You might want to be able to find out to judge your time with regard to your review hearing.
How long's your report, Mr. O'Hara?
Good afternoon, sir. It'll be about 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Dennis Rajero, I'm sorry, were you ready, sir?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
All right, thank you. Dennis Rajero, Chief Financial Officer. Again, thank you for having me here to report on the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. Can I ask that my screen be shared, please? And if you could let me know when it pops up.
We got it.
Outstanding. Thank you. And there you have it. Council, as you see on screen, the city is anticipated to receive approximately $80.4 million over the next 2 years to address our needs associated with the pandemic through, as you can see, 2024. As you can also see, we received our first half, $40.2 million approximately, on May 19th. If I could share with you, pardon me, some funding milestones, you can see the first line that comment is still being accepted by the Treasury Department. Localities, states are still peppering them with questions, so things are changing literally as I stand here and talk to you. Pardon me. Our subject matter experts remain in discussion with the Treasury Department, and they continue to refine the guidelines that they've given out. You'll recall when this, at its inception, the emphasis was helping a troubling economy. Let's get the money out there and we'll worry about the details later. And that's exactly what's happening now. So we have the funding, but the guidance is continuing to be refined. On top of that, the methodology is also complex. So we're continuing to dialogue with other cities and other professional organizations as we all question and answer each other to make sure that we're all on the same page, at least in keeping with the latest guidelines as we know it. Moving down, as you can see, in less than a year, next May, we anticipate we're going to receive the second tranche, $40+ million. And by the end of 2024, we have to have that funding obligated, whether through a purchase order, a contract, we have to have that obligated or we will lose it. And then finally, all the cash has to be out the door by the end of 2026. And I'll continue with that kind of that line of thinking here as we get into the authorized uses. You know, in contrast to the CARES Act, of course, this is a lot more money, but it's also giving us and others a lot more flexibility in terms of both how we spend the money and, as I just shared with you, how long we have to spend the money. The plan basically takes a two-pronged approach that you see here. The first, which was specifically excluded from the CARES Act, is replacing revenue that was lost because of the pandemic across the entire city spectrum, funds and functions. I'll speak more to that in just a moment. The second is using the funding for specific expense categories that you see here. In other words, if you're a city who was fortunate enough not to lose any revenue during the pandemic, you're still going to get an apportionment and you could spend it on these pretty broad guidelines: supportive public health response, as you would figure, investment in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure, premium pay for essential work, and assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, and helping out the tourism, travel, and hospitality industries. If we could get past the expense categories and focus a little bit more, as I said, on the revenue recovery portion of the plan and what we can spend that money on. And you see that here. Again, very broad categories, much more flexibility than the CARES Act. To put it in context, Council, our recent estimates indicate the city is going to lose about $45 million worth of revenue from fiscal year 20, last year, through next year, fiscal year 22, the year we're prepping right now, $40 million. And you see here, again, what we can spend it on. Maintenance or PAYGO funded infrastructure. That PAYGO is specifically put in there because the federal government at this time does not want us increasing our debt with this money. So anything we do is going to have to be cash. Modernization of cybersecurity. Of course, I don't need to tell you that that issue is and continues to is important and continues to increase in importance and concern. Health services, school or educational services, environmental remediation, and of course, last but not least, police, fire, and other public safety services. So a broad range, going to give us a lot of flexibility. On the other hand, there are also a couple broad categories where we specifically cannot spend this funding. I've already referenced debt. Again, further to my comments a little while ago, you know, the guidance continues to change. The comments are still being taken, and there are many localities asking the Treasury Department, hey, we went into debt to get us through the pandemic. Why can't we use this funding to get ourselves out of debt? So we'll see what comes from that. Settlements or judgments, use of funding is prohibited. Reserves, again, the emphasis is on getting this funding on the street as opposed to socking it away in a savings account for a rainy day. From the federal government's perspective and the city's perspective and a lot of other cities' perspective, the rainy day is here. That's why this money is being distributed. But you also have, similar to debt, you've got a number of localities out there asking, hey, we used our reserves to get through the pandemic. Why can't we use this to replenish those reserves? So it's in flux, and we'll see what, if anything, comes of that. Pension deposits, of course, pension funding was and continues to be a nationwide discussion. Right now, this funding is prohibited from bolstering any pension programs or rescuing poorly funded programs. And then the last one there, a little bit wonkish, non-federal match where prohibited. So having said all that, what are we looking at in terms of allocating this $80+ million? What are we looking at in terms of the fiscal year 22 recommendation that the mayor will be presenting to you in just a few weeks? As you can probably guess, and as you see on screen, it all comes back to these strategic goals. And we talk about them often. Pardon me. These are taken right out of the adopted budget for the current year, strengthening community-centric services, which of course includes public safety, enhancing workforce development, increasing housing affordability, improving infrastructure and mobility, establishing sustainability and resilience, and of course, keeping our eyes open for potential financial opportunities and being mindful of our financial responsibilities. Our goal is and will be to tie the funding to these goals. And within this universe, we're reviewing the mayor's priorities. We are reviewing the priorities you've given to us. Again, thank you for that continuing feedback. We're analyzing our revenue losses, and we'll continue to do that for the next couple of years, I imagine, and making an estimate of future economic risk. Again, this funding, it's a lot of funding, but it is anticipated to meet our needs from the pandemic through 2024. So it's a long ways out. And thank you again for giving us the opportunity. I'd be happy to answer your questions. As always, if I don't have the answers, we've got a wonderful finance team that I'm absolutely sure does, and we'll get them to you.
Mr. Chairman?
Any questions? Mr. Maniscalco, it's getting late.
Thank you very much. I saw on one of the slides, public safety is what we're allowed to invest in, police, fire, and whatnot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilman Vieira has been a champion for the fire department, and mostly Fire Station 13, I believe, and not just that, but throughout the city of Tampa. We see the number of calls that they're getting. They're overloaded. Response times on any 911 emergency is always very critical. I don't know if you looked at the cost of a new fire station or easing some of the burden, because that's one of the busiest in the country. So I know, not trying to steal anybody's thunder, but I would certainly support, should Councilmember Vieira push for that, the need for a new fire station, or what we can go from there. I mean, what is the amount of money that we're getting from the federal level? 60, 70, $80 million?
$80 million, sir. And yes, we are actively looking at relieving the burden of the fire department via resources, stations, et cetera.
Okay, I mean, not making a motion, we're just discussing here, but I would certainly be extremely supportive of that. I think that's one of our most critical issues, especially it's a life and death situation. And Councilman Vieira has been a champion on this for a long time, very, very vocal and very supportive. So I think that's something the administration really needs to look at. Thank you.
Mr. Vieira.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that support, Councilman Maniscalco. I appreciate it, sir. Yeah, and that's something I've been talking about for a while, ever since we saw that we were going to get this money. We have to give thanks to our partners in Washington, D.C., including Congresswoman Kathy Castor, for being such a fervent advocate for all of the city of Tampa and the community over here. This money is a real opportunity for us to be able to invest in public safety. I wouldn't just put in Fire Station 13. We've talked a great deal about the different deficits that we have with regards to fire safety. You know, Station 13 is 1 out of 23 stations in the city of Tampa. That immediate region takes up about 1 out of every 7 calls. They get over 10,000 calls a year, about 30 calls a day on average. The next highest station, I think, is Station 11. It gets about 25% less. It's out of control. I recently did a day there where I spent about 14 hours there with Station 13, and it was just out of control. It was a lot of fun, but it was out of control. It's really eye-opening. It goes without saying, but you know, Station 13 needs help right now, and I know you guys know this. And mind you, I want to say this. You know, y'all have just been an amazing advocate and partner on this issue. When Councilman Goods banged the drum really, really hard for East Tampa, y'all were immediately there to proactively help. And then when I started talking about 13 with additional emergency vehicles, y'all did the very same thing. So I'm not lecturing y'all on something that's in dispute at all. But Station 13 obviously needs help. We've also talked about Channel Side, something that Councilman Goods has also been championing a great deal. New Tampa. Mr. Chief Bennett and I were talking about that. 4 out of 6 stations in the city of Tampa with the longest response times are in 33647. Obviously, South Tampa, we always hear a lot about exploding growth in South Tampa, south of Gandy. I'm sure there's a lot of challenges there. East Tampa, continue to have challenges there. And of course, West Tampa, that Councilman Maniscalco champions so well. With expansions in workforce housing, there we're going to continue to see those challenges. Tampa Police Department, something I talked about briefly, was the different changes that we're seeing in the Tampa Police Department, which are so very costly. One of the reasons that from day one I've always said no to defunding the police is because if you're going to improve the Tampa Police Department, it's going to cost more money. Things like community policing, things like implicit bias training, things like body cameras, things like a mental health counselor coming along with Tampa Police Department. Those things cost more money. This is a prime opportunity to put Tampa Police Department where it needs to be with a 21st century police force in terms of knowing some of the community improvements that we've got to have here. And that's something that I want to see as a priority, but that in no way takes out our other basic needs when it comes to things like summer jobs, affordable workforce housing, something that our chairman has been, I say this positively, a wrecking ball on, just doing such a great job. We can really have an all of the above approach here, but I would suggest, and this council has already said that, with an emphasis on public safety and whatnot. I'll be making a motion on that in the end. We've already dealt with that issue, but just to continue to stress that this can be the time in which we take care of our fire needs and help to put that community emphasis that we want on policing for those changes that so many folks support. Thank you very much.
Mr. Carlson, recognize.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. O'Hara. I appreciate the list that you have. Appreciate that it's focused. My number one goal is to make sure we don't spend on frivolous things like $12 million boat houses. So if we can avoid that, we have so many needs in the city that we can't afford to spend things on money on things that we don't need. To follow up on what my colleague said about fire and paramedics, there's not enough resources in South Tampa either. At the stations we have, they need smaller vehicles, not just the big fire engines to go to respond to a health issue. And we need more facilities there too. If at least one of the there are 2 in South Tampa that also are maritime fire rescue people, and when they're called away, that means that the other stations have to go from a far distance to rescue people, and as you know, minutes count, and we need to try to resolve that issue so that we can save lives. So appreciate you looking at that. And then also you mentioned that in the intangibles, that money could be used to replace the reserve. As you know, every year I talk about the reserve balance. In your last, is it possible to go back to the last slide? In your last point of the last slide was one of your priorities, I think it said financial opportunities. Would you include there as a financial opportunity to replace the reserve?
I would, sir. Thank you. And I'm going to that last slide now. I hope you can see it. Unfortunately, at this time, and again, I appreciate you and City Council being champions of our fund balance. It's very near and dear to our hearts. But unfortunately, at this time, the federal government is prohibiting us from using this funding for our reserves. Again, they're getting some pushback from other localities, so it may change. It really is in flux, but right now, as of this moment, it's inapplicable.
Yeah, thank you. And if it changes, I think that's critically important because we don't know what's around the corner. The economy is in flux. We have no idea what's going to happen with it. A year ago, 2 years ago, we were sitting here thinking if we could put a little bit in the reserve fund to replace what the last administration rated, we could maybe prevent from having problems, and we did that, and we were able to protect ourselves. But we don't know when something else is coming. So appreciate you all looking at things.
Thank you.
Citro, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in agreement with all my colleagues here, but there's one thing I also want to add. Dennis, can we also spend some of this wonderful money on desperately needed sidewalks, especially around schools?
Yes, sir. Right now, again, in keeping with those strategic goals, we're envisioning a significant portion to infrastructure mobility, including that.
Thank you. Because of Hillsborough County Schools no longer having children being bussed in if you live within 2 miles of a school. If you draw a 2-mile radius around most of our schools here in the city of Tampa, they'll overlap one another. These sidewalks are desperately needed. Again, I don't want to see school children walking in the street to school. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dingfelder?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dennis.
Yes.
So everybody's sort of got their laundry list and their druthers and that sort of thing, but I'm more curious about process at this point. What will the process be? Will these things just be lumped into our annual budget and then paid for accordingly, by the federal government, or will this be a separate presentation from the administration to council with some collaboration therewith, or have you guys come up with a strategy on that?
Yes, so right now, thank you. It's a good question. And right now we envision it as part, and the timing I think is pretty fortuitous. We envision it as part of the fiscal year 22 recommended budget that the mayor will present to you. Again, not only will we concentrate on the strategic goals, but this is one-time funding, non-recurring funding. So we will look to prioritize those things that don't have recurring expenses associated with them also. Big ticket items, big spending. Of course, what we don't want to do is start funding things that it's $80 million now, but over the course of half a decade will be $200 million, for example. Based on our discussions and the discussions that will continue with you and other members of council, we'll incorporate the allocations into the fiscal year 22 recommended budget, and then it's for council to review and take action on.
Okay, and I see Mr. Bennett there as well. I would urge, because this is going to keep coming up, and sometimes the 2-volume budget book is difficult to sort through, let's say, and find things at a glance. So if you guys, obviously you'll come up with $80 million of recommendation. If you could pull it out, in addition to including it in the budget process, pull it out as a separate page so we can, see it separately. Otherwise, we're going to have to delve into it, and who knows how long that could take. So that would be greatly appreciated, I'm sure, by all 7 members here, as well as the community, of course. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on what Councilman Maniscalco and Vieira were saying about fire, and I don't think I heard specifically, but we have seen over the last year reports about fire trucks and fire equipment that we are very far behind on replacing and keeping up with the replacement of fire trucks and equipment. And I think that to the extent that some of these millions of dollars are available, we should make sure that that's included on the list. And then as our chairman has reminded us over and over, we can't forget affordable housing. And affordable housing is perennially an unfunded need or an underfunded need, and this is an opportunity to address that extremely important need. And some people would say that is life and death too. We don't want people out on the streets for obvious reasons. So anyway, those are my thoughts on this. I appreciate you, Dennis. Thanks.
Mr. Reddy?
Thanks.
No, I agree with the process, and I've said it before that you got one more bite at that CIT tax, and after that, you better pray something's coming down the line, and maybe this is a prayer that's coming down the line. If it can be used for some of those equipments that we're going to need in fire, specifically in fire, and you're going to need auto replacements, I'm sure. And talking about auto, I want to thank Mr. Citro for joining the Electric Car Society. And so here we are, and I think Dennis will present the process either included with a separate item, as was indicated earlier by Councilman Dingfelder, or a separate item directly to us on the $80 million, which you all think that's necessary for the city and where the expenditures are going to be.
Scooter Joe.
Well, Dennis, let me say this, as the chief is there. Mr. Vieira, I did have a meeting with the chief of staff and Chief Tripp in reference to fire rescue. We had an extensive conversation in reference to that and how they believe that they can be able to do some things to bring those added, maybe not big trucks with all the bells and whistles, but adequate trucks here that we can use that's not costing as much as we've been buying and purchasing. When you look at the data, and the chief's a big data guy, I'm a visual guy at times. I look at the need. Sometimes data doesn't match the need sometimes, but they're numbers. But when you look at it, the city of Tampa, we have more medical calls than we do fire calls. Now, we need stations in certain locations. So fire is a big concern of mine, and I've made that clear to the chief of staff of making sure that that's in the budget somehow, somewhere. But, like Mr. Dingfelder said, fire is a big item, but your big ticket item right now is housing. We don't have a fund that is non-subsidized. $80 million. $80 million, some of that money needs to be used in a non-subsidized way to be able to deal with rehab in some of these other marginalized communities, to where there's small grants or whatever, so people can get their roofs done, paint, fencing, and having a place to live. So I just want to make it clear that, you know, primarily, I know Mr. Vieira talked about police, and he's right about some needs, but this budget here, and not taking light of the police, but this budget here truly needs to be focused in on housing and that fire department. And again, those are your two perennial things with $80 million. I think we could do a lot, and some of that won't be reoccurring. You don't have to worry about, because if you're putting the money out to the people to get it done, that ain't worry about getting it done again. It's there. Buying price. A lot of things we need to do. So I'm just saying, I think I got a conversation with the chief of staff coming up soon in reference to the CRA East Tampa about spending their money as well, getting that money out there to do rehab. You know, we don't need to sit on money. We need to spend it. So those are my two top objects right now, is that housing and the fire department. But for me, housing has to be number one, because again, people feel safe in a home, people do better when they got a place to live, and they're more successful when they're stable. In our homeless population, I've saw some ideas that I talked about when I first came. I submitted to the mayor's office, and lo and behold, these folks came down here a couple of months ago. Myself and Maniscalco, we went out there and saw some of those stuff. Some quick fixes to get some people off the streets. So we got to do some more innovative things not doing what we used to do, but some out-of-the-box thinking to show people that, hey, we're gonna do something with this money. I got nonprofits already calling me about this money already, about gun violence and all community relations, all kind of stuff. So people know we have this money. We just gotta make sure we do the right things with it. You're recognized.
Yeah, and I think we have a consensus here on city council, which is to, take care of some of these public safety needs and take care of a lot of our human social welfare needs on things like affordable housing, things like summer jobs, things like city service programs. I talked about having a citywide youth program for at-risk youth in areas like East Tampa, Sulphur Springs, University area, West Tampa, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We can do a lot of things this money was put into place to help local communities that have been savaged by COVID-19 and the economic after effects. We can do that while taking care of some of our, long-term unaddressed needs in this city with many people who have lacked a voice for far too long. So I think we do have a consensus in this council.
Right. Chief, did you want to say anything, or?
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, I just want to be here to support Mr. O'Hara's presentation, and I'd like to hear firsthand council's feedback. I appreciate the continued interest in equitable and efficient and effective delivery of public safety services. As Chairman Goods mentioned, and I know Councilman Vieira's passion as well as everybody's about making sure our fire and medical EMS services are given citywide at the same level of service. And I just wanted to say, because Chief Tripp is on mission, that her and I have been talking, we've been meeting weekly, and we have the different, compartments, if you will, of the fire budget that we're focused on level of service, making sure it's equitable, making sure that the personnel safety and health and welfare are paramount. So workload analysis is going on, response time analysis is going on, deferred vehicles and maintenance analysis is going on, deferred facility maintenance. And I'm so proud of Chief Tripp going station by station, doing punch list work with Ms. Kalina. All these things change the feeling and the level of service in the minds and hearts of those fire employees. The new station analysis based on our growth and land acquisition opportunities. And then on top of that, Mr. O'Hara and I and his offices are looking at the billing side of these equations and how revenue does impact the fire budget. So we're doing a real wide view of all these things, and we're really going to be excited to bring you that plan and those different funding streams in the budget that the mayor will present to you shortly. Thank you.
All right, anything else, Mr. O'Hara?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, council.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Item 110, we have a continuance being asked by Abby Feely in reference to the text amendments.
So moved, August 26th.
Correct.
Staff report.
Council?
Yes.
Hi. Abby Feely, Land Development. I just wanted to, you heard from Carol Ann Bennett and Stephanie Pointer this morning about Carol Ann being out of town at that date. And I wanted to see if it was possible if we could continue that to September in lieu of August in order to allow, LaShawn and I have set up some meetings with them to kind of go over that language and then have that workshop with you in September so that they could be present.
What do we have left in September, Sue?
September 2nd and September 30th.
Do the 30th. September 30th, good, Abby?
Sure.
I'll move the September 30th. I just wanted to clarify, Ms. Feely, and talking about this with Mr. Shelby, typically we've got the cycles in regard to amendments chapter 27, but in this case, I think Ms. Shelby and I noted that this is a procedural amendment to chapter 27 where the cycles don't necessarily apply. So I'm willing to go ahead and put this off, and it might be off cycle, but at least our humble opinions are that we can come in off cycle since they're procedural amendments, not substantive amendments, so.
Okay, thank
All
you
right.
for that direction.
Yep, September 30th.
Motion by Mr. Dingfellow, September 30th. Second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Morano. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Shelby and gentlemen, Ms. Kamara, she's been here all morning, all day. I'd like to get number 99 out of the way. We can do, the other one's a house clean with us, so I'd like to get her out of the way if you don't mind. And I apologize. We just had a full house today.
Good evening, members of City Council, Mr. Chair. Kamaria Pettis-Mackel, Assistant City Attorney. Item number 9 is before you as a petition filed by Mr. John Lum, the applicant of the Special Use 1 General Request for the property located at 3014 West Horatio Street. He is seeking review of the zoning administrator's decision denying the dwelling single-family attached use, which requested relief from Section 27132. Earlier, I provided council with the copy of the hearing procedures for today's review, as well as sample motions and the relevant code sections regarding this petition for review. For purposes of today's hearing, City Council applies a de novo standard of review, meaning you are not limited to the record created by the zoning administrator. Instead, you can take public testimony, accept new evidence, and make a decision based upon the application meeting the criteria set forth in Code Section 27132. Mr. Eric Cotton will provide an overview of the relief requested in the application and the basis for the city's decision. After considering all the evidence introduced into the record of today's hearing, City Council may uphold the zoning administrator's decision and deny the special use application, or council may overturn the zoning administrator's decision and thereby approve the application for special use. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Cotton, who will provide further information regarding this petition for review, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Mr. Cotton, you recognize.
Good afternoon, Council. I need to get sworn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can I share my screen? I have a quick presentation. Do y'all see the presentation?
Yes, sir.
On the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this is a special use, SU 121-38. The applicant, as Ms. Pettis-Mackel said, was John Lum for a property at 3014 West Horatio Street. The property is zoned CG, Commercial General. The applicant was asking for dwelling, single-family attached, basically townhome development. There's 2 standards that you have to meet under the special use criteria, which is having access on it to an arterial or collector road and meeting the RM24 standards for the actual development itself. The zoning administrator denied the request because Horatio was a local street. That's their only access. And the required setbacks for the structure are 28 feet required setbacks are 28 feet in the front, 10 on the sides, and 23 in the rear. The applicant's proposing 10 feet in the front, 7 feet on the sides, and 38 feet in the rear. As a result, for those 2 issues, I denied the request. This is the property in question, is highlighted in red where the cursor is. This is Palmacia Self-Storage. This is an existing ALF. And over here is the Jewish Towers. So this is about a 3-story building, just so you can give some relevance. I have some pictures. And then Jewish Towers is about, I think, 8 or 9 stories tall. This is the proposed site plan. As you can see, the setbacks are basically meeting commercial general setbacks, not the RM24 standards. A picture of the existing site. This is the adjacent ALF next door. This is the back of it. It actually faces the the south. This is the property on the other side of the property of the site. This is what's across the street. It's a bank building. If council were to approve this request, the applicant still needs to get a waiver to Section 27-282.9, which are the development standards for the property. For townhome developments, there's some specific standards they have to meet. That's the end of my presentation. Does council have any questions?
Any questions, gentlemen? Ms. Dingfeld, you recognize?
Yeah, thank you, Eric. The slide you have up.
Oh, this one?
No, that one. What's the process for getting that waiver? Is that included in our motion today if we were to approve it?
No, sir, it's a different process. It's an administrative process. It's not a special use criteria. If council is inclined to approve the special use today and grant the 2 waivers, at the staff level, we will approve the request that's before, that would come as a design exception. It's a whole separate process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? All right, guess we'll hear from the applicant. We can't hear you.
Is the microphone now on?
Oh, we got it.
I have been sworn previously. I said it was a pleasure spending the day with you today. This property is surrounded by commercial and multifamily.
One second, Mr.
Kamari Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. We all know who he is, but can he state his name for the record, please?
Mr. McLean.
Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner for 3014 West Horatio Street.
Thank you, sir.
The property is surrounded by commercial and multifamily. It's zone CG, and the townhouses are allowed under a special design exception. And this particular location is on Horatio, which requires the waiver for the locational criteria to be on a collector, as Eric pointed out. It is compatible with the surrounding development. It has the same basic setbacks as the properties along the same side of the street and across the street and down the street. We're trying to introduce, as I said, a multifamily project into an area that already has it. The Jewish Towers is 10 stories. The adjacent property next door is 2 stories. There are other 3-story, and then across the street is a single-story building. So we're not introducing a concept that is unique to this area. There are a number of townhouse projects within the several blocks around here. We are asking for relief from the sections that Ms. Kamaria had indicated, which was 27-132. I don't know what else I can tell you. We have a compatible design. It's not blazing any new territory. We believe that it is consistent with the development pattern. It also does not impact any off-site or adjacent single-family residences. It's an ideal location for an infill project. We still have to meet the development standards, with the exception of the ones that, if you grant the waiver, we still have to file for the design exception through Eric Cotton's office to make sure that the regular standards are met. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. I don't know where else to tell you, except that we think that the project is a viable project. Again, it's not creating a hardship for anyone else. We've noticed for the hearing. We did not receive any replies from any of the property owners that were noticed, and we posted the property. So we've received no comments whatsoever regarding opposition or any concerns. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I think, the staff can't waive these sections. By right, they have to come to the city council for waiving. So, we could present the extenuating circumstances that I just gave you, which was it's on a commercial street. It's adjacent to other commercial properties, but the staff does not have the ability to waive that criteria. So I'm respectfully requesting your approval.
Any questions, anyone? Any questions? Ms. Dingfeld, you recognize?
No questions. I'll just once again agree with Mr. McLeany. That section of Horatio is very close to McDill. I can't picture any single family use along that entire block. It's a mixed use. There's some offices there. There's Memorial Hospitals nearby, Jewish Tower is nearby, the ACLF is nearby. And then across on the other side of McDill, Mr. McElhaney and his clients have built some very similar product. So I don't believe it'd have any negative impacts in the community, and I'm willing to support it.
Anyone else?
And I assume there's nobody else there to speak. I apologize if there is.
No,
Anybody
sir.
else say-
Yeah, we need to verify that, please.
Anybody else to speak on this item? We have anyone on the second floor?
I'm the Lone Ranger here, folks.
Okay. We have anybody registered to speak on this item?
No one is registered.
Mr. Maniscalco has moved to close.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
Mr. Maniscalco?
All right, I'd like to make a motion to overturn the zoning administrator's denial. I move to overturn the zoning administrator's denial of special use one application, SU 21-000038, because the petitioner has demonstrated the petition is consistent with the applicable general standards set forth in section 27-132, 27-129, and 27-130. Mr. McElhaney stated that there were no objections from adjacent property owners. It's on a commercial road, and as well as all the other facts that were already stated, I think that this should be overturned and given to the petitioner for approval.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
Thank you so much, council.
Thanks, council. Have a great night.
Ms. Kamara, we're sorry about that. We've had a backed up today, but please forgive us. Thank you. All right, gentlemen, last item of the evening now. Item 111, and you recognize Mr. Shelby.
Yes, there's one other item of unfinished business,
What do
Mr.
we have?
Chairman, and I see, I did provide, consistent with council's motion, a resolution that I distributed to you, and it's presented to council for your consideration.
We guess is a call.
Bill Carlson, your
You
motion.
want to read your bill?
Your resolution for the Cuba thing.
Here, pass it to him. Yeah, you
Chad, you want to hand them yours?
Here, hand it to him. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council, you want to take up the?
No,
let's. Okay.
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion that we pass this resolution that unfortunately, to make it a resolution, you have to add in all the stuff in the top and the bottom, but the substance of it is section 1 that says that the City Council of the City of Tampa fully supports the Cuban people in their efforts to gain political and economic freedom.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Carlson, and second by Mr. Dingfelder. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
With all due respect to Councilman Carlson, I cannot support this, and I will give my reasons. And it has nothing to do with not supporting the people of Cuba, the Americans of Cuban descent. When Councilman Carlson made this motion, he said it was going to be a one-sentence resolution saying that we were going to support the people of Cuba. In section 2 here, it says, proper officers of the City of Tampa are hereby authorized. We do not have that power to authorize the officers of Tampa. Things necessary and proper, do all things necessary and proper. I think that those things should be outlined. Those are the reasons why I cannot support this resolution.
Question.
You recognize, sir.
So with all due respect, Mr. Citro, on page 2 of the motion that you voted for this morning, section 2, Mr. Vieira's motion, it says the exact same thing. Apparently that's just standard language that we put on all of our resolutions. So I just wanted to point that out, that this is nothing special.
I'm just confused. because everything that's in the original motion is still in this motion here.
No, if I could, please.
Good.
I agree with Mr. Citro, Councilman Citro. I don't like section 2 and 3 either, but the legal department said that to make it a resolution, you're required to do that. I'm happy just having one sentence, and we can approve one sentence as a statement, but if we want to call a resolution, it has to have those two things. That's one of the lines that I actually objected to in the other resolution earlier this morning. And just from my colleagues and the public, I think these are similar, but they do two different things. I think this has a clear, simple statement, and it without all the other words in the other one, and it provides a simple statement that folks can use to rally behind. They can also use the one that was approved this morning, but I think they're different. If you all know a legal way to get rid of those two sections, I'm happy to do that. I'd rather just have one sentence.
Where'd Mr. Shelby?
He ran.
He got smart and left.
He ran.
I think he went next door to ask them to quiet down. It got very loud
What,
all of a sudden.
I thought it was an urgent bathroom break or something.
And I apologize, I don't have the original resolution that we passed early in the morning, and I trust, but I always verify. Which one is it now?
Down there at the bottom where it says number 2. No, you're on the right page. That's section 2 that speaks to
Officers of the city of Tampa are hereby authorized.
all powers of the officers in section 2.
Yeah, it is, and now therefore,
Yeah, tell them to quiet
talks
down.
about the
Yeah,
resolution.
I think anytime we do a resolution, it always has the same language.
Marty.
Then I stand corrected, my apologies.
Well,
Council, in the form of a resolution, which I sign off to as approved as to form, within the city of Tampa, since the time I've worked here, I was informed that this is the form of the resolution. It is an official document. Certainly, as a result of the passage of this resolution, the city clerk has to not only sign it, but assign a number, and also do what it takes to be able to perpetuate it and produce it if it has to. So in that sense, it would be precedential to start taking out that sort of language, in that it has always been part of the process of City of Tampa since at least I've been here, and that's the way I was instructed when I was hired.
and I have to agree with both Mr. Carlton and Mr. Citro, that what this means and what we passed on both resolutions. I don't know why you have to have that legally said that, the proper officers of the city of Tampa. I don't, does that mean us and the mayor? Does it mean all the department heads? I don't know what it means.
If I may, Andrea Zellman, I think Mr. Shelby just touched on a perfect example. The city clerk is an officer of the city. And when you adopt a resolution,
She's got to sign it.
she then has to assign it a number, record it,
I understand.
archive it, make it available for.
I understand.
So I think that language is, my understanding is it's catch-all language. You know, in any given resolution, there may be different actions that the city has to take depending on the subject of the resolution, whether it's approving an agreement, where then there needs to be follow-up. So rather than spelling out every single step, it's a catch-all that whatever actions may be necessary to effectuate it. But again, I think Mr. Shelby just gave you an example, and that is the city clerk, for any resolution, has to again give it a number and record it, archive it, so on and so forth.
Mr. Chair, I stand corrected. I think that catch-all phrase can also be very misleading. Does that catch-all phrase include department heads such as TPD, such as,
What that?
you know, so that it almost might be contradictory? Again, my apologies.
All right, let's go. Mr. Chairman.
You're shaking your head.
No, you cleared up something that I wasn't aware of, to be honest with you.
I don't, was there a second? I made
Yeah,
the motion.
there's-
Second, okay, Mr.
A second, let's vote.
Roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco. Yes. Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Item number 111.
And Mr. Bennett, I believe, is online and available to discuss item number 111 as well. Mr. Chief of Staff, John Bennett.
You're on, John Bennett.
All right,
111.
well, yeah, good evening, council. I'm here, John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Just want to be here to support any discussion around continuation of CMT. It's my understanding that the original was to go back to what we would call normal business, effective with the governor's order expiring, I believe, on June 26th. Ms. Zelman could correct me if I'm wrong. And I know there's been some discussion from the public and council, so we're here to stand by any recommendations or requests to support continuation of either CMT or otherwise.
Mr. Chairman?
You recognize Mr. Maniscalco.
In regards to possibly continuing, this CMT and virtual hybrid, whatever it is, the only way that I would support it is if we give help to the clerk's office. I know Sue Ling is here, and it's a tremendous effort, organizing people, moving them over. When we had the recorded messages, going through all the voicemails and everything, I think that we should either bring somebody else on board or split up some of the duties and responsibilities, because it's, this was a situation that we didn't expect because of the pandemic. And now that things are going back to as they were, I know people from the public, some people have asked that we continue this. But if we are to do so, I think we need more support in the clerk's office, so they're not as overworked as they are in managing this.
I think we asked for the administration to already look at adding some help to the clerk's office for the upcoming October 1. Is that correct, Chief?
You're correct, Chairman. We have met with Ms. Fox Knowles and some of her staff with HR and CFO, and we're doing an assessment. I will just point out to Councilman Maniscalco's comments that depending on council's wishes on the continuous of CMT, maybe even into the fiscal year, that we would need to look at any expansive duties beyond just the duties that may need right sizing without CMT. So both efforts are underway, but again, we're standing by to augment.
Mr. Carlson, you recognized?
I believe in making sure that we have public access. There's also a lot of trade-offs to this temporary measure that was put in. If we do something, I think we ought to give it, because we don't know the cost or the ability to do it, and because we did it as a temporary measure during a pandemic, I think we ought to renew it for a set period of time that would have an automatic expiration. And then we could always extend it if we want, but then it would have an automatic expiration because it's not something the city had ever planned or really done. But number two, and more importantly, if we're going to do CMT, I absolutely think that we have to have video. It can't be that we only have video for land use issues, because the video is a proxy for being here in person. And as we've said in other meetings, we get hundreds of emails and hundreds of calls. I've gotten probably 100 robocalls from people in Miami today about the Cuba issue. We get hundreds of calls, and we get hundreds of emails. We read all of them. We listen to all of them. We have meetings all day. It's as you said, it's a full-time job, not really a part-time job. So we listen to the public. We engage with the public. We go out with the public. Speaking here really is to allow people to speak on a specific issue, partly to us, but most of them have given us their opinion already. Really, they're speaking to the rest of the world or the rest of the public. And I know from a legal perspective, Marty disagrees with that. Right. But if we're going to do that, and it's going to be a proxy for being here in person, then we need to have video. Thank you.
Steve, for the record.
Thank you. Mr. Carlson, I agree with you. I think to the extent that technologically that folks can participate by video, I think it's much more effective for us to see their faces as opposed to just hearing audio recording. Now, I don't think it should be a requirement, because some people don't have the technology to do it, and we've seen that on a few occasions. But I think we should encourage the video requirement. But going back to the core question of CMT, shortly after this discussion began last month, I'm sure that you guys received as many emails as I did from our citizens, from our constituents, urging us to continue CMT. And I, for one, don't remember receiving one email, phone call, or anything saying, you know, no CMT. I think our constituents have spoken loud and clear. I think that technology is such that people, you know, feel comfortable doing that, and frankly, it makes us that much more accessible. And that's what we should be. We should be as accessible as possible to these folks on every possible issue. And would it be easier not to? Sure it would. Let's close the door and make these decisions and be done by 11 o'clock in the morning. But we all know that's not the way we do business. So, so anyway, I think it's a no-brainer. I think we should leave the CMT in place and work with Mr. Bennett and with Ms. Fox Knowles and with Sue Ling to sort out the details and the costs and work that into this next year's budget and proceed accordingly. So that's what I hope this council moves forward with today.
Mr. Rand, you recommend?
I appreciate everything that's been said, and I'm not in disagreement. However, not everyone has the capabilities to communicate as to CMTs or whatever. And I think if that's the case, you're going to have, I remember hearings here where you had 400 or 500 people in this chambers downstairs, down the street, over alcohol zoning in one location. And when that happens and they don't show up and you can limit some of that because they get repetition, what about if there's 400 or 500 in a CMT, when are you going to end and how are you going to end it? And I'm not opposed to it, but we have to have a plan to understand if it's over successful, how are you going to handle it? I would imagine that you're going to have, and rightly so, if somebody really wants to participate, this is the easiest way, and I agree with that. But along with that comes the responsibility of how do you treat all of them alike? And there's where the problem comes. Not all of society can afford the items that we're talking about to communicate with their elected officials. And how's that going to happen?
And if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Recommends.
Yeah, Mr. Miranda, and I had said, preface my comments earlier was saying, in response to Mr. Carlson, who urged video, I clearly said we need to urge video but accommodate just a phone call. And because I agree with you 100%. Hopefully everybody's got a phone these days, and some people want to leave us phone messages, and that's fine. We need to accommodate both.
May I be heard, Mr. Chairman?
You recommend, Shelby.
Just a reminder with regard to resources, please, council, do not forget T&I and the platform and all the people in that department that have served to make all of this happen. And let us not forget the resources that are needed in CTTV to be able to accommodate the extra work as regard to that too. So, and I had a conversation with Mr. Bennett about that as well. The resources, a lot goes into it, and certainly the public has made it very clear. I attended a Florida Municipal Attorneys Association conference on the East Coast by West Palm Beach Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and everybody has agreed that for a lot of people, except for the small cities, this is the new normal. And that's fine, because nobody, especially this council, wants to be accused of stifling public participation. That's not the intent. But frankly, I will share with you with regard to phone calls and phone messages. You saw what could happen when somebody perhaps sends out a script and broadcasts, and you have 83 phone calls that have to be listened to, and you have no control over the length of those phone calls. Council, I just want to remind you at your special discussion meeting that Chair Maniscalco had in the end of March in preparation for all these changes to the rules of procedure. One of the things that council did approve was public comment up to 14 speakers gets 3 minutes each, but if there are 15 or more speakers, it's cut down to 2 minutes, and that's what would be implemented as part of the process. With regard to quasi-judicial, there are very serious legal concerns, due process concerns with regard to that. And one of them is we do not allow council members to participate remotely under existing rules for quasi-judicial, and we do not allow people to do it audio only because there are due process rights there as well. The petitioner has the right of cross-examination. So I just want to bring that to your attention. This, in the discussion that I had with other attorneys throughout the state this weekend, this is going to require an overhaul, frankly, of your rules to accommodate this technology. We have to catch up to this technology because the public expects it. So I just want to let you know that in addition to all of the behind the scenes to make this happen, it's also going to affect council's procedures, and we may very well have to change the way the public communicates, because we have the issues of ex parte communications. I'm going to be coming back to you on that. The issue is when you have a 24-hour deadline for ex parte communications, your present email address, tampacitycouncil@tampa.gov, is 24/7. If you get a communication a few minutes before the hearing and you happen to read it, and the petitioner or applicant doesn't know about it, you could potentially prejudice them if they don't know about it and don't have awareness of it till after the hearing, after your decision. So there's a lot of moving parts to this. And not to say that I'm against it, frankly. I'm just recognizing the fact that the public wants it, and the public has come to expect it, and we have to catch up to the process, because there was a time, City Council, when you remember, these meetings were almost automatic. And the amount of logistics that go on behind the scenes to bring this to you now has to become automatic again if this is going to continue forward, so we can come back and do business as the way the public expects.
Mr. Rennie,
Thank you. You just reminded me of something. Almost 10 years to this date, it was sometime in August or September, however, I was denied the right to vote by phone when I was trying to recuperate from a couple of operations that I had. And I came here, I wasn't supposed to leave the house, and I had very much trouble in walking. And I called and I said, come pick me up. And I said, you just take me to the elevator, I'll make it up here. I voted, I turned around and left. And that's what technology has done now. It's changed all of these things. So we have to be careful, but we have to be precise on what you're going to do, because how can they, we can't do that. There's something has to be changed. End of story.
Sorry, just a quick question.
And we're going to bring this in for a landing.
Yeah. No, I've heard the story many times about you coming in, but I didn't get to see it. But the story says that you came in with IVs connected to you. Was that true or not?
No, I had them in my, no, I did. I had tubes, but they were not shown.
Oh, okay.
I did have 3 of them.
Mr. Vieira, I see your hand, sir.
Yes, sir. Just very, very briefly, something Mr. Shelby talked about, which is a difference for non-quasi-judicial in terms of times we may want to consider. I brought this up when I supported Councilman Dingfelder's motion, was to potentially have for people appearing over the phone or otherwise not here live, 1 minute, 2 minute, whatever, just to cut down on that potential for cumulative abuse. You know, for example, for today's motion, I didn't do some big call to arms or whatever. God forbid that a lot of people come. We want to hear from people, but we don't want to have 300 people here. And in case if something like that happens, it may be smart to have that, in my opinion. It may also be smart to have this be reauthorized every 6-9 months or so. Because, you know, in case if there are abuses of it, things that need to be amended, et cetera, just so that it comes up for a review, I think that's important. Just my thoughts. Here comes the landing.
Here comes the landing. All right. We all have heard from the public. If you stop it, you know what's going to happen. Times have changed. You just saw earlier in reference to the situation we have with some of our administrators with the process of their year. We've enacted something, but it seemed like that's not gonna be a viable thing down the road. Has to be looked at. COVID caught us all off guard. But COVID was a way that people could communicate. People are communicating. My suggestion, gentlemen, is we leave it in place right now. We let Mr. Shelby get with the chief of staff of what a cost analysis would be, look at some rules and guidelines that would pertain to how we will handle certain situations, and then we bring it back and take it to a vote. I would say wait till at least October 1, keep it in place, and Mr. Shelby and Chief Bennett can work on it from this point, and then we come back and make some decisions.
If that's a motion, I'll be glad to accept it on your behalf and see how it goes.
I'll second that.
Motion by Mr.
All right,
Greenfelder?
you got a motion by the chair and a second by Mr. Maniscalco. Any other discussion on that motion? We'll defer the item until October 1st, requesting that Mr. Shelby work with Mr. Bennett on the details. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, moving right along. Mr. Vieira, information reports, anybody?
I actually have a few motions. I haven't been here for the last few motion times, so I've been backed up.
We are adjourned.
Right. Just really quickly, if I may, a motion to present the President's Volunteer Service Award to Eagle Scout Nicholas Michelini at the August 19th evening City Council meeting. I'd like to have Nicholas come and give the pledge along with Troop 315, and then for them to have a short presentation.
Motion by Mr. Vieira, second by Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Next, I motion for Adriana Pabon, P-A-B-O-N, to speak before Tampa City Council on October 28th workshop for 5 minutes on the launch of her Affirmations Project book. Adriana is a breast cancer survivor, and that is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I wanted her to talk on that subject.
Motion by Mr. Vieira, have a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye. Next, and I sent a memo on this just because it's going to be a sad day in Tampa and a cold day in hell without Joe Greco here, but Joe Greco is retiring, and I wanted to give him a commendation on September 2nd.
Second. Motion by Mr. Vieira, second by Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Will we do that on his boat or here?
I know, right? Both. And, you know what, Mr. Chairman? Oh, yes, I motioned for a report from the last one, for the report on the administration on the number of employees who got COVID, including first responders. Further, that a report be presented at the July 29th regular meeting.
Motion by Mr. Vieira, second by Mr. Maniscalco, all in favor?
Aye.
I want to bring Frank Reddick back in. All right, now, it's 2 minutes now. All right, now.
And that's it for now.
All right, now.
And that's it for now. Thank you, sir.
This boy keep on talking.
Mr. Maniscalco. Oh, Mr.
God,
Maniscalco.
he's
anything,
cruel. He's
sir?
not here to defend himself.
I'm gonna bring him in next week.
Mr. Maniscalco, anything, sir?
Yes, sir. I see that on August 5th, we only have one commendation. It's short notice, but it's not too bad. I'd like to give a commendation to the first responders that came from Tampa and went down to Surfside to assist with the recovery of the collapsed condominium building. And that would be for August 5th under ceremonial activity.
Yeah, second by Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, anything else, sir?
Yes, sir. And then another thing, I see August is pretty busy. But if for September 2nd, under staff reports and unfinished business, could we get a report, I would assume maybe from someone in transportation, regarding the littering fines that we have throughout the city? I know we do have some signs up. I'm not sure if the city is only responsible for the ones obviously on the city streets, but signs that show, littering fines, what kind of program we have in place, if that's been updated, looked at, because we have a serious littering problem through West Tampa, Armenia, Howard, the interstate on-ramps, off-ramps. We are in contact with FDOT. They go to clean that, but even in some of our side streets, there's just so much dumping.
Try Florida, Nebraska.
Well, Florida, Tampa Street, Florida Avenue, I mean, those are FDOT roads, but what we have within the city of Tampa and what we can do to enforce that littering, perhaps increase the fines. Just a basic report, what the city has done, what we have in place, and from there we can see what we can do better. And that would be for September 2nd under staff reports and new business, just from someone in transportation.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Anything else, sir?
No, that's it.
Ms. Carlson?
Oh, happy birthday to the city of Tampa, July 15th,
Happy
1887. Big birthday there.
Ms. Carlson?
Sorry to bring up this issue, but since I made a lot of statements this morning, I wanted to put some substance with it, and I can defer this if you guys want to have a longer discussion about it. But I would like to make a motion that we place on the workshop on September 23rd, or we could do October if you want, a discussion to allow or ask Tampa nonprofits that are helping the people of Cuba to come present to us about what they need from the community or from the city to try to help their efforts.
I'm glad to second that, actually.
The point, or you could make the motion if you like.
Oh, no, please, please.
But the point is that I mentioned there were some nonprofits in Miami that raise money for syringes, and we don't know what the situation will be like in September, but there's always a need. Even if the government changes, there's going to be a need for supplies, medical supplies and food and others, and it would be good for us to hear and the public to hear what the barriers are to providing those supplies. And since we have infrastructure here already, let's use the nonprofit, work with the nonprofits that are here, and hopefully by giving them some exposure, the public can support them.
You want the administration to do that, or you're gonna do that?
We can invite, we can put an open call, or we can invite a list of them. Maybe Mr. Vera and I can put a list together, or if you all have suggestions, but we can invite a few to come, give a 2-minute presentation each or something like that on what they're doing and what the barriers are.
Okay, we have a second on that, maybe? Mr. Vera seconded, all in favor?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if
Well,
I could have
Mr.
the date again, please, sir?
September 23rd workshop.
And did you want it early in the meeting, and did you want to, I'm just looking at the calendar and just want to make sure, did you want to have
If we could,
those,
since we're inviting.
those invitees, do you want them to be heard in the morning, or do you want them to have to wait through the other projects?
Since, if you all would allow, since we're inviting people from the public to come speak, it would be easier for them, but looking at the list, I don't think there's anything that couldn't wait.
Make it for the morning, Mr. Shelby.
Pardon?
Make it for the morning.
That's the clerk, you have that, Madam Clerk? 9 o'clock, then, the first item, after the commendation?
After accommodation, okay.
Anything else, sir?
Do we vote? Do we need to vote on it?
Thought we voted. Did we vote, Ms. Deputy Clerk?
There was a
We voted?
second, but no vote.
Okay, Mr. Vera seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
No opposed?
The last thing, and this is maybe more personal for all of us, and I don't know if we can take a symbolic vote or not, but you all probably have seen Michelle Todd Schorsch is in the hospital, barely hanging on to life, and she has a beautiful daughter and her husband who love her. Her father passed away just a year ago from even something similar, but she had surgery a few days ago and it went badly, and she's fighting for her life. They won't know even for another 24, 48 hours whether she'll survive. So I would just like all of us.
Somebody personally you know? Or
Yeah, personally, but also Peter, her husband, is Florida politics, but she's worked on the Chris campaign and others in the past. She's a great person, great mother, and the daughter lost her grandfather just a year ago, and it would be terrible to lose her mother. So I would just ask everybody in the audience to please put out the prayer circles, and I don't know if you all want to symbolically say that you support that or not, but I'm sure you all would join. And there are lots of needs besides just theirs out there, and we pray for everyone. Thank you.
You praying for? Ms. Citro.
Thank you very much. I'd like to have a commendation for this year's Stanley Cup winners, our Lightning. To be determined at a further notice, I talked with Coach Cooper after the boat parade, and of course after the Stanley Cup got dented, so that's going to take some time. The players are off visiting their families and doing some things, so again, it would be at a future time set.
Second.
Second by Mr. Dingfellow. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. Nothing else, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dingfellow.
That Stanley Cup win was super exciting. Okay, I just want to stay in competition with Mr. Vieira. I actually have 5 motions, which is true. 4 of them are because Ms. Cindy Sarf said I have to make these motions because I'm Chair Pro Tem. So we have requests from the Planning Commission to set adoption hearings and transmittal hearings. My motion number 1 is a request by the Planning Commission setting an adoption hearing for the City of Tampa FY 22 to 26 Capital Improvements Section CIS Schedule of Projects Update on September 30th, 2021 at 5:01 p.m. and direct the legal department to provide the city clerk with the form of notice for advertising the public hearings.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion number 2, a request by the Planning Commission setting an adoption hearing for TA CPA 2101, TA CPA 2104, TA CPA 2106, TA CPA 2107, TA CPA 2108, TA CPA 2113, TA CPA 2114, TA CPA 2115, TA CPA 2116, TA CPA 2117, TA CPA 2118 on September 30th, 2021 at 5:01 p.m. and direct the legal department to provide the city clerk with the form of notice for advertising the public hearing.
Second. Second by Mr. Miranda. All
One
in
of the
favor?
PAs and TAs.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now you know how it feels.
All right, motion number 3, a request by the Planning Commission setting a transmittal hearing for TA CPA 21-11 and TA CPA 21-12 on September 30th, 2021 at 5:01 p.m. and direct the legal department to provide the clerk with the form of notice for advertising public hearings.
Second.
Second by Mr. Pacitro. All in favor?
Aye.
And finally, a request by the Planning Commission setting an adoption hearing for TA CPA 20-24 on September 23rd, 2021 at 5:01 p.m. and directing the legal department to provide the city clerk with the form of notice for advertising the public hearing.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye. And then finally, a motion to receive and file the voting conflict from item 44 earlier today.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
And that's it for me.
Mr. Miranda.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a motion for Mayor Jane Castor to appear before City Council on Thursday, August the 5th, 2021 at 9 a.m. to present the fiscal 2022 year budget.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
All right.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. What else, sir?
That's it, sir.
Mr. Shelby, you have anything, sir?
No, sir, thank you very much.
All right. Motion received and filed.
So moved.
Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Gentlemen, we adjourn.
Thank you.